announcements here. We're going to call the meeting to order. I want to thank all of you for coming to help us celebrate at this reception and for Dana's and my last meeting. Please enjoy that cake so we don't eat it all.
And we know there's some cards out. People want to do cards to comment about Barb and Dana's last meeting. Please fill out your card and bring them forth. Thank you.
Yikes. So, see if I can remember this. We're reconvening from closed session where the board took no reportable action. And let us move through. Fortunately, we're getting our money's worth out of Dana and I. We've got a full agenda tonight. So, and I would, there is one change to the agenda order. We're pulling item number 18 because the bidding process is continuing, so that will return to the board in December. So I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda order.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Getting rusty already. All right, the agenda order is approved unanimously. That takes us to the superintendent's report. Dr. McGee.
Great. Well, gosh, where do we begin? I wonder. I think we have some very special recognition tonight and some very special guests to assist in that. I did want to thank Mayor Shepard. Thank you so much for coming this evening to support your fellow elected officials here. And Mr. Supervisor Smitty, we'll hear from you in a moment, I hope. I know I am going to ask him to make a short presentation, but since I have the microphone, I'd like to begin.
Yes.
So first to outgoing President Mitchell, I can't think of a better role model. And I've been a superintendent since 1988, and somebody told me I didn't look the worse for wear tonight. That's not true. But I think I know personally I've been rejuvenated just working with you. And, but this is about far more than the superintendent or the leadership team. It's about the whole district. We all owe you such a debt of gratitude for your visionary leadership, for your sense of grace under pressure, for your wisdom, for both your ability to sustain a long view but have incredible attention to detail. Like none other. As you introduced me to everyone around the district and all these different people, it was so clear to me how well respected you were for your leadership, for your compassion, and for your sense of deepest appreciation for education and educators. I don't think I've ever worked with a board president that had such an understanding of how important and how difficult, how challenging teaching is. And what a precious gift the students are to us. And everything, whether it's at the board table or out in the community, that's just part of who you are, and it just shines through. I love sitting next to you because you make me feel smarter, too. Your concluding remarks, whether they're prepared or not, are always profound and thoughtful. Your ability to synthesize, all these different comments and to crystallize them so the community can understand them, so it helps the board make progress is really truly second to none. And your ability to build consensus has made such a difference in the board. Your legacy, as the Rotary says, of service before self, Barb, you exemplify that. So we have a little certificate or a little award here for you, Barbara Mitchell, and it's 5 folks holding hands. And I think that emphasizes both your leadership by including everyone and the consensus that you build. And because you really can't tell who the leader is here, but as we present this, we know who our leader has been this past year. So Barbara Mitchell, thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Max. Can you tell which one you're on? Thank you, Max.
Right. It says, with heartfelt appreciation for your leadership and service to our students, staff, and community. And I know, I think we have a resolution here. Mr. Smitty, would you care to present that, please? Thank you. There we go.
Superintendent McKee, this may be the only chance I get to make you my Vanna White, so I'm going to take advantage. I'm going to take advantage. There's an image, huh? Yeah. And I'm going to do a twofer here, if I may. Many of you know I started my public service in this room at that dais as a school board member some years ago. I had the opportunity later to serve as a council member and a mayor and a county supervisor and a state assembly member and a state senator.
Yes.
And what I have often said, and I think people think it's just a throwaway observation, is that of all those jobs, the toughest by far was being a member of the school board. When you serve on this board, you are responsible for the thing that people hold most dear, that is most precious to them, and that is their kids. And you are asked to do that with inadequate resources, without the flexibility that would allow you to make the best possible choices, and without the authority to really make the decisions that would shape the future of the district and those kids in the way that you would like. So it is truly, in my observation, the toughest job there is in public service. It is also a job that excites the passions of the community. And that can be hard sometimes. And I will tell you, the very good advice I got many years ago that I've watched play out with both Barb and Dana was from Ray Bicchetti, former member of this board. And he left just as I was coming on the board, and I asked him for advice. And he said, "Oh, I'm not going to give you." I said, "No, really, just please, one piece of advice." And he said, "Well, okay." He said, "I would encourage you to remember that your colleagues will from time to time annoy, anger, or frustrate you. And you would do well to remember in those moments that the same thoughtful and well-informed electorate that had the good sense to pick you, picked them." And I found that very good advice during my time on the board. And I have watched both Dana and Barb, who in their very different ways, because they are certainly very different people, have always shown that respect for their colleagues and have always shown, in my observation, an understanding for just why the community is as passionate as it is about the work of this board, why the contentiousness that is sometimes a part of the debate is really a function of the fact that people just care so darn much about their kids and the rest of the kids in this community. I happen to think there's no higher form of public service than serving on the school board, and I think there is no better place to do it than in the Palo Alto Unified School District. We have the whereases and therefore be it resolves. My gift to you tonight is I will spare you those and simply ask you both to accept them with thanks on behalf of the 1.8 million residents of Santa Clara County, and a personal thanks from me as well for the 9 years of service you've both given. Thank you all so much.
Get a group shot. Come on, Joe.
Come in front. All right.
Yep. There you go. Next.
Got it.
Great. Excellent.
They look younger already.
Yes.
And I think if it's okay, then I'll follow Joe's lead and say a few words about Dana and pass it down the line. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. They used to have a commercial for E.F. Hutton, which was a brokerage firm, and it said, when E.F. Hutton speaks, everyone listens. Well,
that.
Dana, that would be you. Because when you speak, we know how much it's going to matter. We know it's based on the homework you've done, not just on the packet, but the research that you've brought from other districts, from your work at the state level. And it always advances the conversation. And that is one thing that I noticed from my first time watching a board man on TV. You always advance the conversation at the board table, enable the district to make progress, despite extraordinary obstacles and pressures. It's always, how can we make this better for students? Your abundant enthusiasm, energy, and exuberance is inspiring. And you are everywhere, too. And you walk into a room and you elevate the room. And I so appreciate this first year, how you've been at so many of the second cup of coffee, all these different events, and always so positive. And this optimistic, exuberant, ebullient, outlook is just, it's contagious, and it's important, and it spreads, and it makes such a difference. You heard it today when we met with our 14 principals this morning, and the long and loud sustained applause reflects, I think, Barb's leadership, your optimism. You were so analytical, articulate. Like Barb, you've left a legacy. I love that Rotary phrase, and you are a member of the Rotary. Service before self. You have also exemplified that. Your compassion, equanimity has really improved not just the quality of education, but the quality of life for not just the students you've served. I think you've graduated, both of you together, about 9,000 students over the last 9 years, or close to it. But the legacy you've left will impact tens of thousands of students, not just the next 9 years, but 90 years from now. So we are indebted to you. We admire, we appreciate all that you've given to us, and how you've inspired us to even do better. You elevate all of us and make us all do a better job. So thank you for your service, your leadership, and for all that you have brought to the table. Thank you. We move down to our vice chair.
Sure.
Oh, yes, we have something for you.
Yeah, make sure he gets that.
I kind of wanted to hand.
Yeah.
And, good. Dana, this says, with a heartfelt appreciation for your leadership and service to our students, staff, and community, 2005 to 2014, with our logo right on.
All right, Dana
Thank you.
Tom. Woo. So I don't always write my comments down, but I felt the need to do that for both of you. So I'm going to speak to both of you at the same time, so I'm going to have to keep going like this. 9 years. That's a really long time. You've both given our community the gift of your time, talent, and hard work on behalf of our students. You have driven lots of accomplishments in our district. You've been aligned on implementing and managing a strategic plan that is board, community, and staff buy-in. You've made staff development for teachers, administrators, and all of our staff a priority, and pushed for teacher development, especially in the areas of elementary math, writing, and emotional support of students. You've supported the change in our graduation requirements to make them match the entry requirements for a public university system. You've provided strong stewardship of our district financial resources through some very difficult financial times. You worked to gain community support for a parcel tax and bond program, which have allowed our district to invest in more counseling, smaller class sizes, aides in the classroom, a rich elective program, and to expand and upgrade our campuses and technology to more closely match the potential and promise of all of our students. Throughout your tenure to the board, you have always looked for ways to reach for improvement. You have advocated for policies and processes that improve our PAUSD work. You've put student social, emotional development, and health in the front and center. Through the strategic plan goals, project safety net, investment in developmental assets, a calendar with exams before break, increased counseling program resources, you've encouraged our secondary schools to increase their post-secondary advisement and guidance services. You have driven to maintain a positive and productive relationship with our employee, foundation, and parent groups, while advocating for the use of data for program management. You have encouraged innovation and pilot programs, including the Springboard to Kindergarten, College Bound, and hybrid classes. You supported community involvement in many areas, including the high school task force, remember that? Seems like a long time ago. The facilities master plan, the parcel tax, the bond measure, textbook adoptions, attendance area reviews, project safety net, guidance program reviews, the Cupboardly Advisory Council, and of course the strategic plan. You've both been president for 2 terms, and you have successfully hired 2 superintendents. Dana, your active participation in the California School Boards Association at the county and state level have been invaluable to our board and our district. Your role as president of the Santa Clara School Boards Association and as CSBA's Region 20 Director, member of the Delegate Assembly, and Director at Large from the Asia Pacific Islander Delegate Assembly have provided extra eyes and ears to county and state educational issues, and it's afforded Palo Alto a voice on state level issues. At the local level, I know you are proud of your advocacy for the teaching of study skills and a work-free winter break. I have personally appreciated your vocal support for clear and structured metrics for program and investment evaluation. But most of all, I'm going to miss your dry sense of humor, your sincerity, and your passion for your work as a board member. Barb, you've been a consistent proponent for community and the importance of small neighborhood schools. You've been a strong supporter of organic site innovation, creativity, and teacher decision-making. Most importantly, you have regularly spoken up for the student voice and the importance of systematically reaching out for student input through surveys, focus groups on focus groups on programs, policies, and course review. And you always share your opinions with the most grace and utmost respect for all involved. I will certainly miss your positive communication style, your ease in putting your thoughts into the written word, and your optimism about and your dedication to our students and our schools. I miss you guys. Thank you.
No, that's-
All right, my comments won't be so formal, but you covered everything, so that's good.
I'm not usually so formal, but I felt the need.
I know, I hear ya, I hear ya. So, I met Barb first of this board 2 years before I ran at a PTA executive meeting at Juana Briones. She came as our board liaison, and I remember chasing her after the meeting to ask her, do you remember this, about the board and the board work, and would this be something I'd be interested in? And she was so positive and encouraging and supportive, and yeah, reach out to me for coffee. Here's my, information. Let's talk. And she has always been that open and welcoming and supportive. Anytime I would have a question, she's always checked in with me. How's it going? Being a new member, she's, I know this is embarrassing for her. I kind of consider her the mom of the board. But there it is.
Grandma.
Yeah. No, not the grandma, the mom, the mom. I have really appreciated Barb's deep connections to this community. I think that has really informed our conversations in a very important way. As a former student and a longtime resident and putting 4 kids through our schools, that experience is so unique and powerful, and it resonates in every conversation we have. And I've always appreciated that perspective. Many of you don't see or may not know that Barb has a very dry sense of humor. I know our teachers remember a certain lunch and water hose incident, which you can share with us another time. But that sense of humor is so important when you're talking about so many important issues that come up, and just to be able to put things in perspective is a critical skill. Your leadership on complex issues, and I'm remembering one of the first conversations on Cubberley, actually I was sitting out there before I was on the board. I finally understood the issue after you laid out your comments, which I think you were first in the conversation. This was a few years back. And I thought, okay, I understand now the complexity of this issue and how far back it goes. You really took the time to educate the public in terms of all the complexity around that issue. And I really appreciated that, and you've done that on many, many issues. And like Dr. McGee said, the appreciation of our hardworking staff, the teachers, the families, the true love for this work and for our students comes out in everything you do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Dana, I'm going to miss so much about your sense of humor as well, and that laugh. Your laugh is great. And I expect still to receive your travel photos and stories, although maybe not the food, because, you know. But I really think you have helped the board rise to embrace the principles of good governance. And I think that work that you've done through the California School Boards Association and with a lot of governance issues has helped us stay at that high level, keep our agendas focused. You've asked a lot of the tough questions about what information do you need from the board in order to keep going and to make a decision about something. And I think your passion for this work and your passion for the students and just a deep understanding of our advocacy role here and our governance role has been invaluable to me. So thank you so much for everything.
All right. Oh,
I want everybody else to go first. So I'm gonna just, what can I say? So much has been said. I'm gonna miss both of you. Melissa did a fantastic job in just going through. I mean, she just skimmed the incredible work that's been done these 9 years. And I think that we've all agreed that both of you were PTA presidents, you were leaders at a long time ago, you made a little bit more executive decisions. You have been an executive, been in the business world, but we get on this board together and we're team players. And I have always felt, you know, we sometimes laugh and people say, oh, you guys are, you know, you come to agreement on things 5-0. Well, let me tell you, we don't start there. It takes some talent to get and understand what are the pressure points that matter to people. How do we get to some decision that a community hopefully can buy into? And you know, on occasion, we haven't been able to get to 5-0, and that's okay. Sometimes 3-2, but I think we've learned through each of those processes, and to the extent that we could get to the 5-0, we did. I turned to Barb. Barb's from a big family, a lot of sisters. You know, all of us that grew up in big families understands how you have to work it to get to a decision. And 4 kids, Dana, 2 kids. I mean, lots of boys, 1 girl in there that we had. Really understood, I appreciated as a governing board member with other governing board members, that there was a depth of experience, that people had children who had come through the public schools, understood that their kids were as different as day and night, like every one of those children in our district is as different as day and night, and trying to find some continuity of purpose, instruction, vision for every one of those students. That is not an easy task. And you have both as presidents, both of you as presidents and both as board members, been incredibly gracious, utmost respect to our community when sometimes personal attacks come and you can't respond to them. And to be able to just understand people's best intentions and to get beyond that and make good decisions. I respect that. I know how hard it is, and Dana, certainly in the California School Boards Association and the whole notion of good governance, not all boards can do that. And there's a lot of fighting amongst boards, there's fighting with the community, and you've been marvelous role models. So thank you for that as well. And then ultimately, you know, so many things I can say, but both of you have built the fabric of this community. I mean, governing is its own work and talent, and I thank you for that because it's not easy, and we've done it together. But you've gone way beyond that. When I looked, I went back to a Smart Voter from 2005 to see what was written by the League of Women Voters and what you had listed, and I was caught by, Barb was part of a team of people fundraising for science and certainly technology as well at Gunn and Palo High School. Both were PTA presidents. We understand, I've learned from you, that the fabric of the community means you get in there and you do it yourself with teams to do it. Both of you, as members of the Rotary, reaching out to the larger community, trying to communicate what we're trying to do in the schools, trying to keep everybody in touch with the schools. Thank you for that. That's an incredible commitment of time. Rotary, CSBA, and then all the committee work you have done, Partners in Education. Barb was one of those original members trying to fundraise when you were PAVE yet. PAVE? Mm-hmm. PAVE. These are folks that didn't come to the school board as Johnny-come-latelys at all. I mean, you've been in the trenches all the way building, well, trenches, that's not in the trenches, building community. You've had fun doing it, but you understand these are the communities that our children grow up in. And when they give back, and they give back the way you guys have given back, how rich this is. And we try to put this in curriculum. It's kind of hard to put it in curriculum. Sometimes it's just role modeling from your leaders, and you guys have been ultimate leaders. And for that, I thank you from myself as a voter of this district. I thank you as a colleague, and I thank you for my children who you have helped make this community. They are both grown women now, have come through this school district, have reaped the benefits of all your work, and I thank you. I'm sorry? Yes, and we have 3 cards, I think, right? We have 3 cards. Oh, okay, and then because we want to hear those cards. Okay, first thing, I know both Barb and Dana hopefully will speak, and I know they're going to introduce their families, but I want you to know that this first bag, Barb and Dana, is for you and your spouses for those Tuesday nights. They're all very organic sodas and treats and oranges. And so when you're sitting back and throwing peanuts at the TV, we know we'll feel you. Okay, so that's for that. Yes, and those are healthy foods programs. So there's pistachios and oranges and all kinds of good things. So Nancy and Fred, where are you? There you are. Okay, this is for you too. This is for you too. Now, if you would each very carefully take out of the other bag, be very careful. These are gifts from the Fiery Arts Department at Palo High School. These were hand-chosen pieces. These were both made by students in the programs. One, and in fact, thank you. I had the fun of going over there and chatting with the classes and saying, these are for school board members who have been on the school board 9 years each. They're signed. This young man, whose name is Martin. Martin tells me you have several pieces of his already, and you are patrons, and he was just so honored that his work was going to you and to Nancy as well. And we might mention as well that Nancy and you have created the not the foundation, but the fundraiser. The fundraiser to help.
All Nancy.
All Nancy. Okay, well, Nancy, Martin loves you, and I want you to know this. So he has graduated from the program. He has now come back as an adult and is helping with the program. It is such a beautiful story, and Dana and Nancy, he wanted you to know this came from him. You're welcome. And then Barb, you have another student who also was, their instructor was so delighted to know that the kids' works would go home and live with you, that this was an honor to both of you for your work for 9 years, and they were very honored that their work would be to honor you. So if you would say this.
From Jeremy Revlock. Thank you, Jeremy. It's called The Reef.
Yes.
And it is extraordinarily beautiful.
Yes.
And really hard. This is really hard to do.
They were very hard to do. So, and then the other gift that we're getting you, and they're not here yet, are two tickets to each of you to the next performance at Gunn High School. We have our students from both Gunn and from Palo showing off their works for you, and those will come soon, hopefully this week yet. So,
Thank you.
You are
Thank
welcome.
You so much. Wow. So we have some cards, and I know Dana and I have a couple comments. Which order do you want them?
Let's do the cards.
First of all, I really appreciate your comments, making this such a special day, and all of you being here.
Do you want
I
Melissa
feel a
to
little.
call those? Do you want Melissa to?
Yeah.
We have a couple. We have one card that's not on this topic, but we're going to stay in this. We're gonna use this time first to take the topics about the retiring board members on open forum. Okay, so let's start with Terry Baldwin, to be followed by Meb Steiner, to be followed by John Foster.
Is Meb here?
Yeah, she's there.
Oh,
you
I'm
might
sorry. This is not open forum. This is the superintendent's report.
Yeah,
yeah.
thanks.
And Meb, you might want to come down just so that we're ready to go. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Terry Baldwin, PAEA. I just wanted to say thank you for all of your hard work as board members and for always being so open to meet with me and welcoming and listening to any concerns I've ever had, or helping me work through some issues or problems, and also celebrating the good times that we've had too. So, and including me on the superintendent search. We're all very happy about that. When I found out you both weren't running again, I was very sad, because you've done a wonderful job, and we've been very happy with having you on the board. I know our new members will be wonderful to work with as well, but we will miss you very much. So thank you very much.
Very
Thank
nice.
you,
Thank you, Terry.
So, Meb Steiner on behalf of CSEA. So, on behalf of all of the classified staff here in Palo Alto School District, I want to thank both of you for being just incredibly supportive and open to the concerns and needs, and your understanding of the role, the important role that classified staff play here in the school district. That's been expressed by both of you many times and shown in the actions and decisions you have taken, especially your commitment to professional development for all staff members, but also your willingness to meet with our leadership team. It's been my privilege to serve as president, and prior to that, in other positions on the e-board, and in that time both of you have always been here on the school board, so it's going to be very strange to come to school boards and not have you here. I think it's a testimony to how much you've given to this district, the comments that have been made, the amazing amounts of work you have done, and for me personally, it's really been a privilege. I've always felt very welcomed. I've felt respected as a colleague, as someone who shares the common purpose and vision of leading our district to serve our students so well. So thank you both for incredible 9 years of service. Definitely will miss you, and I do hope we still stay in touch. Looking forward to our new board members, and I know they will also serve with equal commitment, and look forward to working with them in the same collaborative and supportive manner that we've had a chance to work with the both of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Meb.
Hi there, I'm John Foster. I'm speaking tonight just as a member of the community, and just to say thank you to Barb and to Dana, I'm sure on behalf of everyone in Palo Alto. And I've been involved with the school district since 2005 and have a sense of the time and the commitment and the effort that school board members put in. But even I can't even begin to get to that. I mean, that hundreds, the thousands of hours the two of you, and of course all school board members spend, but it's just such an incredible contribution to the community, and the two of you have done it with such grace, and everything you did before you joined the school board as well. And it's not easy being on the school board, as Supervisor Simidian said, and there's people, whatever you do, there's always someone to criticize you and criticize whatever the school board does, and to do it anonymously or up here or whatever else. And the two of you have handled so many important issues with such grace and dignity over the years. And I know I speak for everyone in saying how much I appreciate that. And then I'll throw in one other point. Barb and Dana were so helpful in the 2005 parcel tax campaign. This is before they were elected to the school board. My fellow 2005 co-chair, Megan Susie Fogarty, is here, and of course Gary Fazzino is not here, and he would join us in saying thank you for all your work on that, which of course then led to the 2008 bond measure, which on the school board you played such a critical role, and which of course we see the benefits from every day, and then of course led to the 2010 parcel tax campaign. And passing these bond measures and parcel taxes, which as we all know requires supermajorities, really can only be done if the community feels positively about the school district. Many communities fail to pass these measures without that kind of support, and your roles both before you joined the school board and after were so critical. So thank you so much for all your service.
Very nice. Thank you, John.
Catherine Crystal Foster, to be followed by Srinivas Subramanian, to be followed by Mandy Lowell.
We can make it a family affair, which is actually quite appropriate, since I feel that my children grew up with the two of you in your positions of leadership. Back over a decade ago, when I was looking to kind of find my way at Duveneck, there was Dana on the PTA and showing the way. And I remember also Barb, when we were talking about how we were going to manage to fundraise for our whole district with a sense of shared purpose. You were there. And so I just wanted to say thank you. I will be very brief, because I do think that on the school board, brevity is to be prized. But I feel that we also can't say thank you enough to people who give of their time, give of themselves for so long, with a sense of humor, as has been said several times, humor and grace. So thank you very much for all of your service.
Thank you, Catherine.
Hi. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Tom, for your years of service on the board. You're all good people who care deeply about the community. It takes great courage to sit up there, sifting through complex issues and asking critical questions to ensure that what we do, or we do the best for our schools and community. What gives you that courage, I think, is that you are always committed to do what is best for our children and the community. And I applaud you for that. Wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Srinivas.
Mandy Lowell.
Hi, Dana and Barb. Thank you, like everyone says. You let teachers do their magic to inspire excellence, not only in the achievement test scores, which will be fully discussed later, but in community service and art and music and theater and robotics and so much more. So that Palo Alto schools remain an outstanding place for kids to thrive, and they're free and public. But I want to highlight 3 lesser-known aspects of your tenure, and those are, first, gathering input, particularly from students, and particularly from surveys, and then using that in your decisions. The plural of anecdote is not data. And rather than being swayed by a few experiences, this board has championed soliciting broader input. You had many open board meetings outside of these more structured meetings. You didn't ask just 1 or 2 parents on a committee to try and represent thousands of school experiences, but you used methods that give a voice to every student, every teacher, every parent who fills out the survey. You added surveys that working parents can complete on their own time. And you survey students every year, and you ask about their academic experience, their connectedness to adults in schools. You did a survey on guidance. In addition, you do the Healthy Kids surveys that show our schools to be, by many kids, thought to be safe places. And I thought it was great that you started surveying graduates. That technology has enabled us to get so much more information, and you surveyed recent graduates with specific questions about their experiences, about how Gun and Pally prepared them for college in specific skill areas and life skill areas. And then you posted the responses, not just summaries, but everybody could read and analyze those. And you didn't limit it to multiple choice. You had opportunity for comments. So now anyone can go on the website and see hundreds of student comments on questions such as, what advice would you give a student at your high school to help them best prepare for college? And you enabled meaningful input even when you had just a bunch of check blanks that said, if you have additional thoughts or comments you believe are not captured in your survey responses, tell us. That's great. In shorter finger on the pulse items, you've asked me and my kids about our experiences at back to school night, about high school start times, about the Smarter Balanced field tests, about finals before winter break, about other calendar issues. I won't go any further, Scott. And so I just want to thank you for asking for firsthand experiences and evaluations. And really through this, you've documented that there's no single view of the complex issues you face. There's no single best practice that works for all kids or for all teachers. And so you took a much more nuanced view, and you used these responses to help you develop that. Second, you developed a strategic plan. You developed a strategic plan. You measured process, procedure, priorities, and you gathered inputs from 4,000 stakeholders. And I just want to highlight, so you can feel proud of the time that you spent here instead of being with friends and family on anniversaries and birthdays, the time you spent talking to stakeholders instead of with your kids. And that is that since 2008, under your strategic plan, and this is just one part of it, in our schools, the base API performance for academically disadvantaged students has gone up from 703 to 768. For students with disabilities, from 695 to 734. For Hispanics, 743 to 795. For African Americans, 700 to 761. And the proficiency in language arts for 3rd to 8th graders for Hispanics rose from 47.7 to 62%. For African Americans, from 42.4 to 65%. And I know you guys are the first to say it's not the school board that does that. It's the teachers, it's the staff, it's all those people. But I want to say thank you for letting them do that, for exercising your oversight in such a way that you didn't have top-down mandates, that you didn't presume you knew the answers you gathered from other people. So thank you, and I was going to, but I don't have enough time to talk about how you won. The girls volleyball team won 2 championships under your oversight. The football team won state. At the same time, the Science Olympiad took first place in state. Twice it took, 4 times it took second place. Just so much, both with brain and brawn and creativity, with having silver medalists in photography. Thank you so much for all you've done.
Thank you, Mandy. Okay, thank you so much. You have all been conniving for a while to make this a very special night, and we appreciate it. Working together. Yeah, boom. I know Dana and I have a few words. We promise to be concise. Dana, you want to go first?
Sure. God, this is overwhelming. Well, let me start with some thank yous. First, my mom's here. So, Mom, could you stand up?
All right.
So, I want to thank my mom because she's really the one who instilled my love of learning, and it is truly my role model of lifelong learning. So I really appreciate that. And then my wife Nancy, right there. She lent me a sympathetic ear whenever I needed it, and it was often enough. But but really, it's been such a tremendous honor and privilege to serve on this school board for 9 years. What I love is I've been just repeatedly impressed by the dedication and commitment to education that I've witnessed in our teachers, in our classified staff, our administrators, our parents, and our community, and of course my board colleagues.
It's something that's been, frankly, just quite humbling. In fact, this morning, I mean, the other thing about it is it's really fun and exciting because, this morning, as Dr. Mickey had mentioned, we heard from the elementary school principals about all the fantastic things that are going on in our classrooms now and the way they're moving forward. And, I repeated something that I've heard others say, which is, there's never been a better time to be a student in our district. And, it almost makes me wish that I had another child to put through the system.
Almost.
But no, I'll talk to you later about that, Nancy. No, almost, but it's just really great, and it's been an absolute pleasure to serve alongside Barb Mitchell.
Yeah.
Your gracious leadership has been a model for all of us, and it's been fantastic. And I'm also very grateful for the astounding generosity of our community. And yet that generosity goes well beyond, the simple things, relatively simple things like, donations of money, voters passing our bond measure, voters passing our parcel taxes. I mean, there are countless hours of volunteer time, of people giving their time, their skills, and their experience. And our students benefit from all of that. When I think back, I remember when I ran for school board. And there were times then when I thought, well, this is sort of like, my midlife crisis. What am I doing? And this is what I'm doing. And frankly, in retrospect, it would have been a lot easier if I just bought a red Ferrari. But let me share a few observations about my last 9 years. It's really been it's bittersweet for me to be leaving now. It's, it's been so fun. And when people say 9 years, I think, well, really, it's sort of been fast and slow at the same time. Much like I recall my son's teenage years at home. So this is okay. But one of the very best parts of serving has been the opportunity to meet so many people that I otherwise would not have met. People in this room, people in our district, people in our county, and people in our state. Yeah. It's just been an amazing experience. I'll walk away with some surprising learnings. I discovered that I enjoyed campaigning more than I ever thought I would. So there actually was a part of me that missed not being able to run a campaign for that re-election. We lucked out, Barb, in the end. But the other thing I found was I found that changing a school calendar is really, really hard. And takes several tries. But so anyway, in my quest for brevity, I was going to do a top 10, but I'll limit myself to a top 3. So here are the top 3 ways that serving on the school board is like being a parent. Number 3, in each case, I had months to prepare for the experience, but there was no way I could fully grasp the magnitude of it until I got there. The number 2 way that serving on the school board is like being a parent. I always tried my best, and I didn't always get the results I was hoping for. And finally, the number 1 way that serving on the school board is like being a parent. There were moments of great frustration, but many more times of great wonder and satisfaction. I'm supremely grateful for the opportunity to serve and for the experiences I've had. I appreciate the educations my sons received in their 13 years of school in our district. I felt so proud when I was able to give them their diplomas. I have to say that was my favorite perk. My second favorite perk is being able to read stories to elementary school kids on Read Across America Day, even when you don't have kids in elementary school anymore. That's awesome. But anyway, after tonight, my empty nest goes from sending my 2 sons off to college to losing 12,000 PAUSD students. And looking forward, when we elect new school board members, we continue the cycle of revitalization and renewal. And I think that's one of the great strengths of our system of elected school boards. So I wish the best to the next board and our district in their care for our collective future. And I'm really going to miss seeing all of you so regularly. Thank you.
Nice job.
Okay, I'll be short. I also have some gratitude to express. Let me start with Fred back there, my soulmate. Got to stand up a little with the red shirt. Yeah.
There he is.
So Fred is the one, yes, missing some anniversaries and birthdays, and also eating kind of peanut butter sandwiches for dinner a few times. It's just all the support, and not only as my parenting soulmate to our 4 kids, but also over the many years, actually even before the board, where you've been so supportive for the work that I've chosen. And thank you for being here. Thank you for being there. I feel like this has been kind of a labor of love in a way in which I still am in the red. I think of my first district job as being in 1962 when I was in traffic patrol at Crescent Park. And my beat was the corner of Dana and Newell. And 5th graders at that time, like they do now, do sort of mentoring roles with younger students. And so I kind of think of it as this, long-term volunteer role with a district. And I think I've told some of you before that both Fred's and my parents moved from the Midwest because of Palo Alto schools in the 50s. And Fred's parents had 4 sons, and they moved out in 1956. They'd heard about Palo Alto schools in Kansas City, Missouri. And at the time, there were no restaurants downtown. No one had ever heard of the word Silicon at that point. It was the schools, and their neighbors had heard about Palo Alto schools, and they wanted to raise their kids there. Also, wasn't terribly close to work for Fred's dad. 3 years later, my family, I have 6 brothers and sisters, moved out to Palo Alto from Glen Ellen, Illinois. Same exact reasons. My parents' neighbors had heard about Palo Alto schools, and it's only become richer. There's really kind of picking up on Dana's point about gratitude. I have never been more grateful to have been raised in this community than I am tonight or this year. And I feel that of those 15 family members, my brothers and sisters, Fred's brothers, our 4 children, we probably racked up about 900 different teachers during the 60s and 70s. And I'm grateful for Miss Peters and Miss Halverson and Mr. Empey, Mrs. Wilson, Mrs. Utter. Those names will never leave my memory for what they did, when I was at Linton School. I don't know if Todd Lewis is still here, but he was a classmate at Linton School. So it's really I've sort of looked at volunteering as a way to give back, and I still feel as though, I'm a bit short in the repayment mode because of, the wonderful people that affected the lives of our siblings and our children, and your children. And picking up on a comment that Joe said earlier, parents have the hardest job. I think it's the hardest job that exists, is being a parent. And frankly, we wouldn't have much of a future without parents and the wonderful children that you are raising in this community. It's really a hard job, and I think it's gotten harder. So our role really as a system is to be supporting the parents and families in our community in the ways we can. And it isn't always simple or clear, and it certainly isn't always the same one-size-fits-all. But I want to especially thank the educators who have followed the name. I don't dare say a few names because I'll leave out too many. It was so many. talented, dedicated people in this community, in our school system, and it will continue to be strong, thanks to the support of parents and the remarkable talent and dedication of teachers, as well as the marvelous talents of our young people. So I want to thank you all. Thank you for this special evening. I will miss working with all of you, but I'm not going to miss you. I mean, I'll come and bug you and show up at the podium and all kinds of stuff. So, but let me see if I think that pretty much, wraps it up. I'm very grateful, and thank you again for all coming out tonight and helping us celebrate. So now, now we will.
Do you guys?
I already did.
Please don't, if you could just stay around just for a moment. I know some of you, we have two students we'd like to recognize. And if you can just stay for a couple more moments. I know they would appreciate it, as would our outgoing board members as well. So not a day goes by that I don't talk about our vision statement, right? To develop and deepen students' knowledge, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills, to nurture their curiosity, creativity, and resilience, thus empowering every student to reach his or her fullest intellectual, creative, and social potential. So people say, what does that look like? Let me show you what it looks like. I'd like to ask Joy Jin and Adele Block to join me at the podium. Richard, you were not feeling well today, right? Okay, a little sick, but he made it. There's resilience. These three individuals, and I think I have Richard's sheet up there. Could you bring it over, Rose, would you mind? I think, Rose, it's probably right in your hand right there. Yeah, thanks. Let me give a quick background. These three individuals are all regional, no, it's the other one. There's one more, sorry. I have Sharon's. It looks just like this.
Pink, the pink one?
It's in there. These three individuals are all semifinalists for the Siemens competition. The Siemens competition is, along with Intel, one of the two most, prestigious science competitions in America. Over approximately 4,500 students entered this competition, and we had 3 semifinalists and 1 regional finalist. Of those 4,500, there are only 400 finalists from 38 states. The judges are from leading research universities: California, Caltech, Carnegie Mellon, Georgia Tech, MIT, Notre Dame, and the University of Texas. So these students, this is not a course. This is something they did extra, did some extraordinary research. And I'd like to ask them not only to accept our awards and plaudits for really exemplifying the difference between knowledge and learning. This is when we talk about preparing students for careers that don't exist, this is what real learning is all about. And I am so proud of each and every one of you. And I think it's pretty interesting. We have 2 young women here. And it was not that long ago that young women were not expected to excel in mathematics and science, and you certainly proved them wrong. So I think I'll just do this one at a time. I'll read the title and ask them just to tell a little about their research and how they got here. So identification and characterization of a rare subpopulation with cancer stem cell properties in lung cancer. Joy. Joy?
Hi.
Hi.
So, as you heard, my project was on lung cancer. And actually, I was inspired by a previous project that I did. And so this one actually examined why chemotherapy was inefficient against the majority of lung cancer patients today. And the reason is actually because they experience metastasis, which means that the tumor cells start to move throughout their body, and so chemotherapy doesn't work against them. And I actually discovered a cancer stem cell population that caused this metastasis to occur. And I showed that by giving these patients chemotherapeutic drugs, it actually worsened their prognosis. So this has implications in diagnosis and also drug treatment for these patients in the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
And next, I'd like to introduce Adele Block. Adele's let's see, Joy, you're a senior at Gunn, right? Yeah. And Adele, you are a junior at Palo. And your research is on exoplanet atmosphere interpolator. All right. Let's hear a little about that, Adele.
Hi. So what I did over the summer was I was a part of a program at UC Santa Cruz, and I had a partner who I worked with from Bellarmine, and we had a mentor, and she assigned us a project to create an application that would help us look at molecules in exoplanet atmospheres. And an exoplanet is a planet outside of our own solar system. Wow. And so our application that we created, we used JavaScript, CSS, HTML, and jQuery. And we programmed an application that goes through 83 million data points. And what happens is the astronomer puts in the pressure and temperature points that they find in a planetary atmosphere. And in return, we give them, we have two outputs. The first is we give abundances of 26 different molecules in that atmosphere, both in graphical terms and in a table. And we also show the opacity of these molecules. And opacity is defined as the amount of light that a molecule can block for a particular wavelength. And the reason why this is important is because the study of exoplanets has grown a lot recently due to new technological innovations. And these atmospheres are really complex to look at, and as are their molecules within them. And so this application allows astronomers to immediately receive information that was otherwise hard to get. And from there, they can plan their telescopic observations much easier.
All right. Thank you. Adele.
And our final semifinalist here, Richard Chow, a senior at Palo. Richard, could you tell us about your work?
Hi, Richard. Welcome.
I worked over the summer last year at Stanford, and my mentors introduced me to a disease called pulmonary arterial hypertension, which I really had no idea before, and it's a rare heart disease where we have no way to cure it, and we can only prolong it for a certain amount of time before the patient eventually dies of heart failure. And as I said, it's pretty rare, so not very much is known about it, but through doing this project, we've kind of suspect a novel autoimmune aspect of it, and we've developed a way where we can isolate patient white blood cells, and through a unique DNA barcoding sequencing technology, we can create recombinant antibodies, and this could potentially lead to pathways for disease prognosis, where we can identify these antibodies in the patient bloodstream, or we can maybe study more, know more about the pathogenesis of the disease, and come with a potential cure or something like that in the future.
Wow. If I have that hypertension, I hope that he can get us there.
So making our vision a reality are these three students. And I'd asked Richard, what's your title? And he said, it's kind of long. Creation of a single-cell unique DNA barcoding sequencing technique to aid pulmonary arterial hypertension patients. So, but I thought it might be nice, and one reason I didn't want the audience to leave, besides being inspired by these young women and this young man, I wonder if Barb and Dana, could you have a picture taken up at the front? I think as your last board meeting, I can't think of a more fitting way. So would you all mind standing up for them? Thanks.
Great, thank you. That's great. How fun. Thanks, Adele. Thank you.
You're dismissed if you need to go. So. Thank you very much for staying, and you're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting. But I thought that was important to recognize these incredible students. It is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
It must have been about 8 when they were elected.
Yeah.
Marvin. Yeah, right.
That's right.
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah. Good.
Wow, that does give you
Right, Dana?
perspective.
Isn't that something?
They must have been about 8.
So.
You were elected.
We'll get tapped back in a moment. Let me, while we're waiting, I just wanted to recognize a few other students. We had Franklin is one of our elementary students over at Addison. He's a 5th grader who took 3rd place in a recent Mouse Squad competition. This is a national competition that prepares students to become digital media and technology experts while building confidence and developing skills for 21st century innovation. This is the first year of participation at Addison. It's a lunchtime group led by teacher Katie Bramlett. And Franklin's work on the Mouse Squad, you can see by looking under Mouse Squad, and his handle is the Tech Geek for a 5th grader. All right. So we're very proud of Franklin. All right. We also wanted to recognize 2 Pally students, Jenny Sheen and Gabby Rosner. Gabby Rosner won the entire debate competition. She was ranked #1 congressperson out of over 70 students from all over the peninsula. And we're going to try to get Gabby here at our next meeting. We got this right before this board meeting. Pally has not participated in the Student Debate Congress in the past 11 years. It's one of 5 forms of debate, and we currently just offer the one other one, the Lincoln Douglas debate. So this was Pally's first tournament competing in the Student Congress, and Gabby Rosner, I believe she's a sophomore, won this competition. Jenny Sheen won the Lincoln Douglas debate competition by going undefeated and earned herself a spot at the state championship qualifying tournament. Both Jenny and Gabby not only excel at debate, but they both excel at dramatic speech. They wrote their own 10-minute dramatic comedic pieces this year and performed them at the University of Pacific tournament a few weeks ago. Jenny won the entire competition in original prose and poetry, and Gabby placed 3rd in that same category. Gabby also earned a spot in the octafinals in debate. And it is unusual, usually students specialize, so it's unusual for these 2 young ladies to have such diverse skills at such a high level. Pally sophomore, Madhima Jain's article on children's rights was published in the Times of India on November 14th. This is in support of the children of India. The Pally sophomore wrote this article. It was published in both the web and print versions at this important news outlet. The article highlights the various efforts in India to help children develop and to give them the basic rights to safety and education. We have 2 students from Pally going downstate for athletic competitions. Lucas Madison, who won the conference cross-country meet, running his 3 miles under 5-minute miles. Yikes. And he's going downstate. And Michelle Shee is going downstate for golf, so we wish them both the very best. We have just a few slides tonight of some activities. Construction pour at Pally, the Performing Arts Center, is moving right along. And we had our SIPSA presentations in our October board meeting from the middle school. We had the elementary ones earlier today. They were wonderful. Yeah. Hard to believe that homecoming, it seems like it was 2 months ago instead of 2 weeks ago, on Friday at both Pally and Gunn. And a special shout out to Matt Hall and Lisa Hall. Weren't they something for running that? And yeah, the student life directors were just incredible. But the students came together, and it was so inclusive. That's what I loved. Is there were so many people involved, not just the float billy, but the dance and air band competitions were just remarkable. Thanks, and some of the floats. We had Halloween here, and keep going. And Halloween at our elementary schools, while the high schools were celebrating homecoming, some of us were celebrating Halloween. Mm-hmm. And we worked with a gun team. I had a video update, news you can use, and we just did another one this afternoon, a little more serious, but just as expert, thanks to the support of the gun crew. And is that it? The science fair. We have the Jordan Science Fair is coming up. We showed slides of the JLS one last time, and What makes us smile at Duveneck? All right. Veterans Day, this flag was the flag that was donated by Congressman Eshoo for the 50th anniversary, and we had a wonderful flag raising ceremony at 10:38 that day. And you know, some of you attended Leadership Palo Alto, both as participants. Renu was there, and Melissa, I think you also talked to that group that day. So we appreciated sharing our vision with, again, members of the larger community. So thank you. Couple more notes. You know, less than 2 weeks ago, our entire community felt the tragic loss of one of our students. And we said so much, I'm not going to say much more tonight other than to reiterate that we extend our deepest sympathy to the young man's family and friends. But we also extend our deepest appreciation to the faculty, staff, the leadership team at Gunn High School, to the students at Gunn High School who had the most moving memorial the following Saturday, and all the other students who have supported each other through this ordeal. Our deepest appreciation to the partners who were there in our darkest and deepest hour of need. And as Barb couldn't list all these people, I can't list them, there were so many, but I know Ms. Blanchard and Joe were especially powerful, and Dr. Joshi, of course, his constant presence teaches us and helped us so much. But along with his deepest sympathy and deepest appreciation, I want to reiterate our deepest commitment to work with our entire community, all of our partners, all of our parents, current parents, former parents, and parents to be, to educate, to inform, to intervene, to prevent another tragedy. Because I know it is our firmest, most fervent hopes and dreams that as of today, our 12,528 students in Palo Alto Unified School District all graduate and receive their high school diplomas and go on to make an important difference in this great community, our state, and the wider world. Just a couple more words, and I'm going to turn this over to Melissa to close. We have the Minority Achievement and Talent Development Advisory Committee roster finalized. We had more than 50 highly qualified applicants. Faculty and staff include Jeff Gilo, Maria Powell, Arcia Dorsey, Sandra Cernobori, and Julie Griffin. Parent contingent includes Kim Bomar, Gina Dalma, Adriana Regate, Carmen Munoz, and April House. The alums include Sharon Johnson, Barbara Stroud, Terceta Tormala. Right now we only have one student, Shannon Yang, because our meetings are in the evening, and so we have put out a call for more students through the Verde magazine and through the Oracle, which came out today, I believe. And we have community members, Sheena Chin, Zev Werman, Avani Patel, Barbara Klossner, and from the administrative team, Judy Argumento, Katie Bimson, Pierre Laplace Angeli, and Kim Diorno. So we start our work December 2nd here in the district office. We will meet pretty much every Tuesday, that December 2nd, and in January when there aren't board meetings. And we have some generous offers to fund the work of our committee from 2 family foundations. So we're very excited about that. Yeah.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you. A couple more comments. The next week is the week after Thanksgiving, I should say. December 1st to 5th is a national celebration of the 14th Annual Inclusive Schools Week. Over the last 5 years, we have increased our efforts to create school communities that invite all learners to engage in environments that are inviting and welcoming while delivering appropriate curriculum to maximize each student's learning potential. Our school district staff, parents, and students work each day to create more inclusive communities. We heard about that at our elementary schools this morning. And so we will be joining thousands of individual schools, local and state and national organizations, advocacy groups, highlighting this work during this national celebration. Banners announcing Inclusive Schools Week will be at each school site during the week, and other fun activities are planned at some sites. This year's theme, Inclusive Education, One School Community, provides an opportunity to address a significant and continuing challenge in creating and sustaining inclusive schools, building one school community for students with disabilities and their non-disabled peers. One of our main goals as a district this year is to share best practices and to collaboratively work to create a consistent and outstanding experience for all students at all sites every day. So I want to thank each and every one of our staff members who work on creating more inclusive lessons, classrooms, clubs, and activities in their sites every day. Also, if you walk down the hall, if you didn't come in the hall, go out the hall, because we have the faculty art show there. It kicked off earlier this month and runs through the end of the month. This started 10 years ago, and the work of our faculty members is really incredible, and I hope you enjoy the displays. Also, as you go out, if you stop by the PI office, you may want to slip a check under the door. Their campaign is ongoing. They have a matching challenge grant, and that ends, their campaign ends this Friday. Just one other one. Charles Young isn't here tonight, but I think I will say this anyway. He's caring for his son who fell ill. Charles recently published a short article in Q, so we have a published author who I'm sorry he's not here tonight, but I think we'll announce this again at the December 9th meeting. And I wanted to close with an observation of, and thank Dan Dwykel for his service. I only met Dan once, so I asked Melissa, who has known him well and knows about his service, to close out the superintendent's report with sharing a little bit about Dan and his many contributions.
As I think many of you know, Dan Dykewell, who is a devoted community leader in Palo Alto, passed away on November 6th. He believed in Palo Alto, and he committed himself to making this community a better place. He served our children in our public schools. He was president of the district-wide PTA Council. He was president of the Pali PTSA. He was a member of the PAUSD Program Review Committee for the 20 Years Facility Master Plan. He was an early member of Project Safety Net. And he was fundraising chair for an early youth community service fundraising campaign. This is just a few of his many activities. In 2009, he received the PTA's Golden Oak Award for exemplary service to youth. He also served the community on the board of Mid-Peninsula Media Center, which serves our children as well. And he's been president of the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce and member of the Blue Ribbon Task Force for the Palo Alto Public Safety Building. Together with his wife, Sunny, Dan resurrected the black and white ball, as well as helped organize many additional efforts to raise funds for public needs, including campaigns for the school board, the parcel tax, and the library. Together with his wife, Sunny, he and his wife, Sunny, were a dynamic pair who drew people from around town to work together to build the community. Their home was always a gathering place, and Dan's attitude was always, "We can make this happen." Sunny's energy then made it so. With his creative ideas and signature sense of humor, Dan was appreciated by those who worked with him. Dan's knack for opening up conversations to explore new ideas is a reason why so many things got accomplished when he was involved, and why all the participants felt good about the results. Dan is survived by really the love of his life and his partner, Sunny, his sons, Devin and Louie, his daughter-in-law, Maria, his granddaughters, Aubrey and Chloe, his mother, Lois in Bend, Oregon, and his sister, Linda, and brother, James. There are even many more family members, too many to list. His absence is leaving a hole in many lives, and I just wanted to invite you all. There's going to be a celebration for his life on November 23rd at the Dykewell home. If you're interested, there's an email address you can get more information from, celebrationofdan@gmail.com. And I know that all of my peers here worked with Dan in different ways, and so I hope I've been able to speak for them as well.
You did very nicely, yes. Thank you, Melissa. And Rose and Carolyn, we're looking forward to hearing from you. We have student reports.
Okay, so Pali's ASB has mostly been debriefing on our Spirit Week and just discussing our successes and areas for improvement for next year. We're also considering hosting a winter dance for our students, and we also are planning an upcoming blood drive. I'm not sure with the specific date for that, but it's planned. And in response to the suicide from Gunn, lots of Pali students coordinated to wear red shirts in honor of the student, and so that was just a really nice thing, a way to honor the student and really see the Pali community come together to support our community.
Thanks, Carolyn.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Well, this is not going to be a happy one, but I thought I'd start off with the good things that have happened. As Dr. McGee said, homecoming week happened, but for lots of us that seems a long time ago. As you all heard, we had a tragedy in our community that shocked everyone and tore many people apart. But with that, we saw an outpouring of love and support like I have never seen before. And I want to thank our staff. I think some of them are here today, maybe, who went above and beyond to support our students and put us first. And I know I could feel it, and I'm sure the rest of the students could. Hey, I'm kind of choking up thinking about that past week. But, and I guess the whole district, you know, as Carolyn said, seeing Pali change all their profile pictures to our we're all in this together symbol, wear red, the additional counselors from all over the district that were there, and the presence that was there, and you know, to know the adults in this community did care about us was very important. You know, the students, that's a big focus on what we've been doing. Our Rock Club, which is students supporting students, trying to put together events and have things so kids feel more unified and have a place to be together. And so that's what we've been doing. We have appreciation grams as a way to make sure every student is told they're cared about. We had students go around and put Post-it notes on every bike and car on campus, giving a note to someone. That's just kind of how people are coming together and trying to move on from this. It's been a really hard 2 weeks, but in moving forward and kind of coming together, we have Turkey Feast this Thursday, and any member of the community that would like to come and feed around 2,000 people turkey, feel free to come by.
And pie.
And that is always a fun event to bring people together, and that's really what Gunn is focusing on, is moving forward.
Thanks,
We'll be
Rose. That
there.
was
Thanks,
really
Rose.
good.
And Carolyn, I think you have turkey Friday? Yeah. Nice.
We'll be
nice.
there too.
Yeah.
Eating.
Thank you both.
Yes,
Thank you
that was
both.
really
So we are going to move forward on this agenda. We have got the consent calendar. I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Second.
Second.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The consent calendar is approved unanimously. That takes us to open forum. We have 2 cards. These are for matters that are not on the agenda. And if anyone would like to speak, please turn in a card. I have 2 cards. One is from Martha Cabot and Mark Vincente, who are going to share their 6 minutes. And then we have a card from Stacy Ashland. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Martha Cabot, and I'm a sophomore at Gunn High School.
And my name is Mark Vincenti, and I'm a former English teacher at Gunn High School.
We're here to launch a grassroots campaign to create a healthier life at Gunn, to invite your support, and to invite you to our website.
Our movement's name and our rallying cry is Save the 2008.
Our proposal is born of the life in Gunn's classrooms, the way that students actually live out their daily lives, and is meant to be practical, to do no harm, and to possess a broad appeal to students, teachers, administrators, parents, and thus offer us all a way to move forward together.
We aren't here as leaders, not especially, and we hope to withdraw after simply placing this proposal in the community's hands as if we were leaving a baby swaddled in warm blankets on the doorstep of good people, people of means.
Save the 2008 offers 6 simple steps to sanity at school.
Step 1, downsize classes. Shrink our overcrowded classes starting next term.
Start with the classes where the crowds are most disadvantageous and downsize from 36 to 34, from 28 to 26, whatever, and keep shrinking until life feels better at school.
Why downsize? So each student will feel less invisible, will be seen as a person.
College and high school students report that seeing me as a person was what made their best teachers the best.
And a teacher is like a mother dog with a litter, too many mouths to feed, and some go hungry.
Step 2, right-size homework. Create a confidential website where teachers and kids can compare notes on minutes assigned and minutes worked.
Call it Clock Talk.
Before the school day ends, teachers will pause to type into Clock Talk the minutes assigned for each class.
That night, students will pause to click on, it took me exactly that, or it took me more, or it took me less, and maybe to type in actual minutes and a Twitter-sized comment.
Result the next day, ta-da! Algorithms and busy mice of Clock Talk have crunched the numbers to show kids and teachers how many total minutes assigned and worked with regard to other kids, other classes, other teachers teaching the same course, whatever helps, including total homework minutes worked in any night by any one student.
Use of Clock Talk will be optional, but build it and they will come.
Why Clock Talk? Because homework is to teacher and students as shared bank account is to marriage partners.
Deciding on the balance and what it should be spent on is part of a close collaboration.
Rules, oversight, enforcement of limits. We're talking too unwieldy, too cookie cutter, too contentious. Administrators shouldn't be homework cops. Teachers shouldn't be suspects.
Save the 2008.
Step 3, right-size course loads. Students and parents headed for multiple APs will hit a flashing yellow light.
It'll just be a simple form with some blanks to fill in along with a heart-to-heart talk.
Kids and teachers and kids and parents and counselors will huddle over a written memo of understanding that spells out benefits and costs.
Everyone signs his or her name.
Only then the green light.
Why right-size course loads? Because the costs of multiple APs include more stress, more anxiety over grades, less sleep, which can cause depression, more drugs to stay awake, more stress, less time to connect with teachers and classmates, losses in social, family, and cultural life, damage to 12 of the 41 developmental assets.
Step 4, turn off, tune in. No more student cell phone use on campus. First bell to last.
Why? Because no serious student should have to sit in class with her cell in her bag or his cell in his pocket and be anxious for it to glow or vibrate. No one should have to sit through a class right after reading a long text from your boyfriend's former girlfriend saying what a slut you are, or while deciding what to have your friends bring you from Starbucks, or on pins and needles to check your latest online grades, or worried whether the parent you've just texted is on the way with your homework, or mortified that after this test you've got to text mom or dad how it went.
Also, teenagers are conversing nowadays less and less, since they'll actually have to talk one day with people who can't be avoided, college roommates, job interviewers, neighbors, coworkers, in-laws. Let's encourage actual conversation in high school.
The main office at gun, department offices, classrooms, they've all got phones for real-life emergencies.
Step 5, degrading, grading. Degrade, grading. Instead of 12 grade reports per year, shrink it to 4.
Why? It is a law of nature that young people will never be fond of a teacher who sends grades home every 3 weeks.
Every new grade report, including the ones online, is an injection of stress.
Save the 2008.
Step 6, right-size academic fraud, down to 0.
Do what it takes. Clearer rules, clearer consequences, clearer statements from teachers that cheating pains them personally.
Signs in hallways saying, cheating, not in our school.
At St. Francis High in Mountain View, Principal Patricia Tennant ended their culture of cheating in a year. Find out what she did and do it.
Why? Because there's tons of cheating and it's demoralizing for everyone.
Because parents are cheating for their children, and some students, as if they were mafia, are threatening harm to students who would blow the whistle on them.
Because the time that students spend nightly on agonizing whether to cheat, bargaining with one's conscience, figuring out how to cheat, programming a phone to do it, planning the lies to cover it up, this time is just stress and more more. That's
6 simple steps.
Gun has a total of 2,008 students and teachers.
Save the 2008.
Our website is at www.savethe2008.com.
You can get buttons and bumper stickers and find out what to do next.
That's www.savethe2008.com.
We've laid this baby on your doorstep.
We're ringing the doorbell.
We're praying.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Nice, thank you.
Thank you, Martha and Mark. And we would welcome receiving everything you wrote by email, if you wouldn't mind. Next card is for Stacy Ashland. We also have a card for Ken Dauber and Srinivasan Subramanian after that. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Stacy Ashland, and I am here to speak on behalf of the CAC. For those that are unfamiliar, the CAC is the Palo Alto Subcommittee of the Community Advisory Committee of the Special Education Local Plan Area, or the SELPA 1. I would like to say thank you to Superintendent McGee and his staff, and to the board for your continuing support of Inclusive Schools Week. Inclusive Schools Week happens across the country and internationally to celebrate and focus attention on inclusive education practices. This is all about research-based practices that work for all students, including students with special needs and disabilities. Research demonstrates that these practices are effective and beneficial for all students and ensure that our schools offer opportunities for all children to succeed and thrive. Inclusive education means presenting information in ways that are relevant and meaningful to each and every student, and creating an environment where all students learn, participate, develop confidence, and are able to show what they know and what they can do. The majority of students with special needs are in general education classrooms with support services to meet their educational needs in that setting. Palo Alto has made incredible strides in the past couple of years. We have co-teaching models pairing general education teachers with special ed teachers in the same classroom. We have TOSAs at the elementary schools and all the middle schools who address inclusion, as well as an open position to hire such a person to address the high schools as well. And most importantly, the general education classrooms are now the home base, like it is for all students, with pullouts for special education services as needed, as opposed to the other way around, where the special ed classrooms were the home base for special ed students, and sometimes these students were even forgotten in annual school-wide activities, including the yearbook. That doesn't happen anymore, we're very, very pleased to say. So lastly, including Inclusive Schools Week, like Unity Day, is something that happens 365 days a year. We look forward to working with you on inclusion and Inclusive Schools Week to work on the social and emotional health and well-being and nurture the developmental assets for all our students. And completing the extension beyond academic inclusion to address the social emotional needs that are often met in extracurricular activities and community building activities at our schools, so that our students are not just included in academic classrooms, but are also truly a part of the Palo Alto Unified community, and so that every student feels valued. Thank you so much for your support of Inclusive Schools Week, December 1st through 5th.
Thank you, Stacy. Ken Dauber, followed by Srinivasan Subramanian. Congratulations, Mr. Dauber.
Thank you, Madam President, and congratulations to you and Mr. Tom as well. I just wanted to offer appreciations for Martha Cabot and Mark Vincenti's words, and what I want to point out is something that I know that you've all seen. You all attended the parent assembly at Gunn. I certainly saw it in talking to members of the community during the campaign, as I'm sure my fellow candidates do. There is I think a real desire to make concrete progress on these issues of academic stress and student social and emotional well-being. We have a lot of material with which to do that. We have Project Safety Nets, Supportive School Environments, P8. We have the proposals of Mr. Vincenti and Ms. Cabot. The community, I think, has really arrived at a point where there is a great deal of support for the idea that it's time to make concrete progress on this issue. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you, not just those of you who will continue on the board, but all of you, to make progress on that issue. I think that's what the community is looking for, and I think this has to be our top priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dauber. Subramanian, or excuse me, Srinivasan Subramanian. Welcome. Our last card. I believe.
Hi. I'm going to read the letter that I wrote and was published in the Daily Post. But I want to give a little bit background of, what I was thinking before I wrote. We have executive coaches, life coaches for CEOs, and sports NBA players. They have sports psychologists to help them perform better, and that's the context. So I'll just read this. So the recent tragedies and the unabating pressures to excel in high school, it's time for our schools to innovate the PE period to include psychological well-being of our students. The approach to PE has been a dedicated period in school, whereas the approach to psychological fitness has been the open door policy. We know that the first step to seek help is the most difficult decision for a person under stress. Let us incorporate psychological counseling, talk therapy, there are many forms of therapy, as an integral part of the learning experience, removing the stigma associated with seeking help. Let us reserve a 10-minute time slot in the PE period for every student to meet with a professional psychologist at least once a semester instead of running a mile. That regular mental mile run would establish a mental association with a community or school member, giving everyone a better sense of a support structure within the community, and not just left with a helpline phone number to call. I urge the district to innovate the PE period now in our schools to include psychological well-being as we prepare our students for the challenges of the future while they still enjoy the present. Thank you.
Thank you, Srinivasan. Okay, that brings us to our action, discussion, and information items. We have 6 information items and 2 action items ahead of us, and it's 8:10. So beginning with the Citizens Oversight Committee Annual Report on the Strong Schools Bond for 2013-14. Dr. McGee.
Great. We want to welcome James Cowie, and thank you for staying with us this evening. Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Mr. Cowie. He's the chair of the Citizens Oversight Committee. We appreciate your diligence, your support, and your hard work, and look forward to hearing your report regarding how we have used the public's funds to truly create stronger schools.
Thank you. On behalf of the Measure A Strong Schools Bonds Citizens Oversight Committee, I'm pleased to deliver to you the committee's annual report for the year ended June 30, 2014. There are 2 other members of the committee here tonight, Bruce Whitson and Todd Collins. Much was accomplished during the year to the credit of Dr. Bob Golton and his team. New classroom building and modernization projects were completed at Jordan and JLS middle schools, and as well as Fair Meadow Elementary. And new construction, expansion, and modernization work was completed at Terman Middle School. In addition, new classroom buildings at Palo Alto High School and Duveneck Elementary and the Media Arts Center at Pali were nearing completion at the end of the period and have since been delivered. Significant projects are slated for completion at Pali and Gunn High School in the current fiscal year. An additional $40 million in bonds were issued in May of 2014 and rated AAA. As you can see, we're again able to report that the independent auditors, Christie White Associates, have found the program in compliance with the terms of the bond and the requirements of the State Education Code. You'll hear directly from the auditors in a few minutes, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cowie. The next item is the report on the audit itself. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Cowie?
Yeah, I think we want to thank him and the whole committee, actually. This report is outstanding. With all the photographs, I wish, I think what we'd like to do is make sure that the community knows that this is available on our website, and you can read in detail about each of these projects. And there's color photos of each of the projects, and it talks about what stage each project's in. I think we also want to thank the entire community. This is unbelievable that we have the support of the entire community for a $378 million bond program. This has been really facility changing across the entire district. and has allowed us to expand to meet enrollment growth, but it's also allowed our students to have, and our teachers to have facilities of a much higher standard than we've had before.
And Jim and Bruce and who else is
Todd.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your work with Dr. Galton. And if you could also extend our appreciation to your fellow committee members, we appreciate the time that you've given, as Ms. Baton-Caswell said, to this community effort in keeping this. This is, as we will see in more detail, this is both a performance and a financial review that you provide on behalf of the community. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the report.
Okay, 2 cents?
Okay.
Can I give 2 cents here?
Please.
Oh, okay.
Please.
I just want you to know it's really helpful for the board to know that you are meeting in depth with Dr. Galton. I know that you're all very involved in the campuses, but I do want to say that the energy on the campuses around these new buildings is extraordinary. The Media Arts Center opened just a few weeks ago, world-renowned, well, at least nationally renowned, let's not go over the top, nationally renowned newspaper and other reporters were there. I mean, and the kids got such excitement, the teachers got excitement, and the community, such excitement there. At Gunn High School, again, just even I'm just thinking back when we we were all there for the anniversary. Just a lot of excitement that the new buildings bring. And oftentimes we say, it definitely are, when times are really, really, really tough, what do we spend on? We don't spend on the buildings, we spend on the teachers. But to get this lifeblood from this bond and have it, boy, kids are in all these buildings. It's stunning. So your work is recognized. It's taken a team. We really appreciate the oversight, and frankly, it's the kind of community oversight that the rest of the community takes great stake in. So thanks for all your time doing this, and certainly for us as well. It another pair of eyes on everything. And I know everybody loves to work with Dr. Galton. We all do. He does his homework, and I always hear that back from you. We know that as well, but you know what? It's good to have everybody's eyes on it. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you
very much. Takes us to the annual school, Strong Schools Bond financial and performance audits. Dr. McGee.
Because this bond is a Prop 39 bond, we are required to conduct an annual financial and performance audit. So I think Christy White, there she is. Christy White is here to make a presentation and inform us regarding compliance with the Measure A Bond Building Fund.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Actually, let me introduce Sarah Feeler, who is the supervisor for this engagement and also is in charge of their Northern California office. And Sarah will be doing the presentation.
Thank you, Bob. Sorry, Sarah.
That's all right. Members of the board, superintendent, and cabinet members, and community as well. It's my pleasure to present the audit report for June 30, 2014 for the Measure A Strong School Bond of Palo Alto Unified School District. As Bob said, my name is Sarah Feeler. I am a supervisor at Christy White Associates, and I worked on this engagement, and happy to present the report. I have a few pages if the board members have copies of the report that you'd like to follow along.
Yes.
I'm going to start with page 4 of the audit report. And this is the second page of our independent auditor's report. And if you look midway down the page, it notes our opinion. So our opinion, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above in all material respects present the financial position of the Measure A Strong School Bond of Palo Alto Unified School District as of June 30, 2014. And in this paragraph, we are stating that we have issued an unmodified opinion on the financial statements of the Measure A Strong School Bond, and this is the most favorable audit opinion that can be issued. Next, on page 5 of the audit report, this begins the financial statements of the audit report. And I just wanted to make note that the fund balance as of June 30, 2014 increased by roughly 4.8 million over last year, and this was largely due to the issuance of the Series 2014. There are 2 pages in the notes that I wanted to point out, beginning on page, I believe page 14. Yes, page 14. Note 6, these are the debt schedules of the Measure A Strong School Bond, and these continue for 2 pages. And these pages in the notes provide great transparency for the debt schedules, providing when principal and interest payments are due. Next on page 16, note 7, this presents the expenditures by school site, noting that Palo Alto High School for your fiscal year ended June 30, 2014 had the largest amount of expenditures, and also this presents the total expenditures for the year. Page 18. This begins the independent auditor's report on internal controls over financial statement reporting. And we did not note any deficiencies over internal control and financial reporting for the Measure A Strong School Bond. On page 20, this begins the independent auditor's report on performance. And I wanted to walk through some of the procedures that we performed, beginning with page 22. At the top of the page, the facility site walk. We toured 4 sites throughout the district of projects that have been constructed or completed during the 2013-14 year. And we were able to look at the new classroom media arts building at Palo Alto High School, modernization and parking loop projects at Gunn High School, new classroom buildings and library repurposing at Duveneck Elementary, as well as the new classroom building at Fair Meadow Elementary School. And during our site walk, we looked to see that actual expenditures are being produced into construction or being completed. So the results of the site walk indicated that the expenditures for 2013-14 either resulted in completed construction projects or projects moved into or advanced into 2014-15 construction projects. Further down the page, the test of expenditures. We select samples of expenditures, including vendor payments as well as salary payments. And the testing that we perform, we look to see that the actual expenditures are in line with the ballot language that was approved by the voters, as well as school facility projects that the board and management has designed. So during our testing, we selected 54 payments, 49 of which were vendor payments, and 5 that were salaries of employees whose work is directly related to the bond. And this totaled about $20.72 million, which was approximately 59% of the total expenditures for the year. In addition, we selected 10 additional payments of professional services, and we call this our rate testing. So we look to see the rates that are being charged to the district are in line with the contracts that have been approved. So we found that all expenditures that were tested were in compliance with Measure A Strong School Bond ballot language, and as well as applicable laws and regulations. We also noted that the rates that the district is being charged for these professional services is in line with the contracts approved. On the next page, page 23, we tested contracts and bidding procedures, and we look to see that formal bidding procedures and informal bidding procedures are in line with the district's policy as well as public contract code, and we did not note any deficiencies in either of those areas. In addition, we test change orders, and we look to see that these change orders are executed in accordance with the district's internal controls as well as compliance, and we noted that that the change orders are being executed in that manner. And finally, on page 24, we noted, you'll note that our opinion, based on the field work described above and other tests that we conducted, the district complied with compliance requirements of the Measure A strong school bond listed above. On page 25, this is the schedule of findings and responses, and you'll note that during our tests we did not note any findings or recommendations related to the financial or performance audit of the Measure A strong school bond for fiscal year ended June 30, 2014. And the final page that I wanted to point out is the last page of the report, page 26. And this is the summary of prior year audit findings. And there was a finding last year in related to informal bidding procedures. And if you look at the end of the page under current status, we look to see that these corrective actions have taken place. And so this finding has been corrected and proper procedures have been implemented regarding informal bidding procedures. So if the board has any questions.
Well, let me begin by thanking you, Ms. Feeler, for the thorough audits, detailed audits, and of course the positive findings is again very good news for us. This is part of our financial due diligence every year, so these two reports as well as the next one on the parcel tax oversight are information items. I do, while you are the voice of the good news, I do want to recognize Dr. Golton on behalf of the board for being the face behind this work that makes the bond facilities work and all of the fiscal requirements and just administrative requirements come together perfectly every year, in addition to, as Ms. Townsend pointed out, just the outstanding orchestration of the architecture and construction and project management that you've performed for the district, Dr. Golton. So with that, are there any questions or comments from my colleagues?
Well, other than I actually look forward to this report every year, and I really do, because when we go to the state school board convention, we know that many districts don't get reports like these, and we know. Can you comment on that? I think it's better to ask you. I know we've asked people in the past, how many of these do you perform in a year, and so people get a context for your report.
Yeah, our firm specializes in school district auditing and as well as bond audits, but it is rare. The Prop 39 bonds, we probably audit upwards of 20 to 25, and our firm audits throughout the state. And that might be a conservative number just coming from the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
But our firm audits from Southern California all the way up to Eureka as one of our most northern clients. So working with Palo Alto Unified throughout the year or throughout the years that I've been working on this engagement management has been very helpful, very transparent for us as the auditors, as well as having access to the individuals who are actually kind of executing the projects and working with the actual the bond staff. So it's been great working here.
I just one last comment is I appreciate when there's actual feet on the ground. You actually go out to the sites, you investigate.
We do, yeah.
I think that's fantastic. I like to know that you guys are that you women, you guys, whomever, are out there with feet on the ground actually investigating. That's a great part of your work, and I
yes, it's an important part of our performance audit to really give that assurance that those expenditures are being produced into something, and we get a great tour from the bond management staff, and it's fun for us as well to kind of get out of the office and really see what's being done for the students. So.
Do you work with the committee then? Do you all walk together, or you walk separate from the committee?
It's usually at a separate time.
Okay.
It's usually at a separate time.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. And both the Oversight Committee's report as well as Ms. Feeler's financial and performance audits are posted on the district website. So thank you very much for being here and presenting such a clear report. Our next information item is another fiscal due diligence item, which we undertake annually, which is the 2013-14 parcel tax fiscal report. Dr. McGee.
Right, and thank you. Along the lines of that last report, this is a mandated reporting requirement just to make sure that the money from the parcel tax is being spent as was designated on the ballot to preserve excellence in the core academic programs, including reading, writing, mathematics, and science, reduce the impact of deep budget cuts with stable, locally controlled funding, minimize teacher layoffs and class size increases, and continue teacher professional development and help protect critical high school electives, including the arts and music. The data have been reviewed by the district's auditor and presented to the district's Parcel Tax Oversight Committee. We have some members here tonight. Thank you for joining us. Kathy will present a brief informational report.
Actually, the members of the COC committee will present the report to the board.
Well, that's even
so,
better.
we're happy tonight. We have 4 members here. Steve Shalenka,
Lift your hands. Yes.
Megan Fogarty, George Jaquette, and also Jeff Trump, right at the back. So Steve, are you presenting for the group? Okay, you can take the podium. And I'd like to thank the committee for all their hard work. And what I find most enjoyable is when I meet with them, they always have all these insightful questions, and they're just very interested in the district's finances.
Thank you, Kathy. And for the board's information, this is my first time presenting the committee's reports, so I will, in the interest of being 8:30 at night, keep it brief. So first, I'd like to just thank Kathy and also Lenny, our independent auditor, and Connie on Kathy's team for their tireless efforts working with us and bringing us up to speed on the finances of the district as it relates to the parcel tax. So for 2013-14, the parcel tax revenue was $12.2 million, which was about $230,000 more than the prior year. What was this used for? We managed to save 46 classroom teacher positions. That was 77% of the money that was needed to save classroom teacher positions. We also were able to fund 21 full-time teacher equivalent positions, which was up from 17 the prior year. This helps support the growth of 87 new students in the district for that period. In addition to being able to do that, we're able to support 13% of the budget for librarians and 7% of the budget for school psychologists and counselors. The committee has recognized that there's been great communication that's come forward from Kathy, Connie, and her team, including setting up a dedicated email address, parceltax@pausd.org, for questions and queries related to the parcel tax report. We've also advised Kathy and her team that we are now 4.5 years into a 6-year parcel tax program. It should be noted that the Fair Share Reduction Program from the state of California has resulted in $7.4 million reduction in funds to our district. And as of 2013-14, with the local control funding formula, that reduction has now become permanent, increasing the importance of parcel tax going forward. So the committee has suggested that we try to make available presentations to the community to educate the community on the importance of the parcel tax going forward into the next decision point coming forward. So in summary, based on a review of the text of the parcel tax, the committee believes that the parcel tax has been used entirely for the purposes set forth in the ballot approved by the Palo Alto voters in May 2010.
Wow, great. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. That was crisp and concise, as you said. And thank you, you and Megan and Jeff. And was there one other committee member here, too? George. Thank you all for being here at at a later time than you probably, or we were hoping you would be here. I did want to point out, first of all, our gratitude, the board's gratitude, like the prior advisory committee, oversight committee for the bond measure. You give your personal time for this labor of love in your busy lives, and we appreciate what you do. Many of you have done it for several years, and we appreciate that. I would like to point out to anyone watching or listening that your report also includes a detailed breakdown, as Steve highlighted, on how these funds are used very specifically. and notably the large share that is used to fund smaller classes as well as enrollment growth. And there's also a very detailed report on the breakdown of funds that go to mitigating class sizes, reducing class sizes, and the impact of these parcel tax funds on the district's ability to provide smaller class sizes. So I would like to thank you, and also I'm looking sideways to see if anyone has any questions or comments. Ms. Emberling.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all the team members that are here, committee members that are here. As a community-funded district, our community is committed to providing and sustaining these local sustainable funding sources. This parcel tax has been a critical funding source, and your oversight on it and looking into it has been just invaluable for our community. I'm glad that you mentioned the $7.4 million in fair share reduction. That'll be made permanent with the LCFF. And also Prop 30 funds will, which only take us back to 2007, funding will go away at some point, as will Common Core standard startup funding. That's going to go away. And our retirement funds for the state of California, the $74 billion unfunded liability, we will now be spending $2 million more into that fund, as well as potentially, we'll find out later tonight, $1.9 million lost with the Coverly lease agreement. So we're really reliant on these local funding sources as a community-funded district, and I just wanted to point that out to everybody. We don't receive any additional funding for enrollment growth, as some revenue limit districts do. So when and if we open our 13th elementary school, that isn't going to come with new additional funding. The parcel tax also pays for 100% of our professional development in excess of the 3 days that's in the PAEA contract. So everything beyond that is paid for through this parcel tax funding. I think the item detailed around the librarians also is for literacy and math specialists. I think that's our TOSAs, right? Some of our TOSAs. So our TOSA, which is our teachers on special assignment, is paid for here. The addition of some of these counselors that we value in our community so highly is here. And 77% of this money goes towards the class size reduction. This table that's in our packet, and let me just check with you, Ms. Mack, this would be the class sizes without this class size reduction money. Is that correct? So our kindergarten classes going to 27 instead of staying where they are right now? Is that sort of what that column is?
Right. So the third column represents what's in the contract. Right.
So without the class size reduction,
class
our
size.
kindergarten classrooms could be at 27, and right now they're hovering around 20 or 19, some of them. So
22.
Yeah, 19 to 22. So this is really critical funding, you know, to keep those class sizes down, which is something we often hear from parents and teachers alike. And so I just wanted to point that out. And also, I really like your idea in your report of having sort of a school funding 101 presentation to share with the community. I really like that idea. I think we try to talk about it up here whenever we can. I'm taking advantage of this item to discuss these sorts of issues, but I think that would really help everyone understand that. Maybe if we could put it up on the website for any interested community members to see, I think that would be great. So thank you so much for your work on this, and thanks to the community for all the support of all of our local funding sources.
So if I can add 2 cents. Steve, you're not going anywhere. I wanted to focus on class size reduction again because I actually interact with a fair number of teachers who are in our county, but obviously not in our district, who have class sizes of 29, 30 for elementary school kids. Sometimes I don't want to say we live in a bubble, but sometimes things we take for granted, these smaller class sizes, and we can't because obviously we do the extra things necessary and we're able to do them. Parcel tax, for example, but we could never get those parcel taxes passed without committee work. I'm looking at Megan, I'm looking at others who you educate the public. It's not just us, it's the committee. I appreciate it you're saying that, as Heidi did, that this Primer 101, we have a lot of new parents every year in the district. This isn't how parcel taxes work, what they go for. It's not always understood, and your role as educators, information gatherers, and distributors of our budget are critical. So I'm so glad you're here. I'm glad you're offering to educate anybody out there that needs to be, and hopefully in the next few months, we need to do more of that. So thank you.
Good.
Can I make just one comment?
Please.
Very quick. The parcel tax is our funds that we can rely on every year. We don't have to worry about them going up and down during the term of the parcel tax. We really don't have any other funds that we know exactly what they are. So this is a really important to have a funding source that we can rely on year after year. The economy goes up and down. That means property taxes that are a very big part of our funding go up and down. We hardly get any money from the state and federal government. It's almost a joke at this point. So this is really, really important that we have this parcel tax, and we have to thank the community for supporting us to have it. And I have to thank this committee for making sure that we're spending it on the things we said we would spend it on. So thank you very much.
And a last thought, we do share your insight on the importance of communication, particularly I think in recent years where many of the referendums and public policy initiatives have suggested that public schools are getting more revenue, but in fact our district is not getting that revenue. We're becoming increasingly more dependent on local revenue, and it's quite a Gordian knot of connections to explain that. The economy is great. People assume the district is benefiting, which we are, but the enrollment growth component in our district, the Prop 30, we don't get Prop 30 funds despite the overwhelming support in our community for those funds, which are going to public schools throughout the state, but not our district. So we would welcome and benefit from your insights and help on that. Clearly, it's one of our responsibilities to find simpler ways to convey those changes and the realities going forward. So thank you again for your work and for being here tonight. Okay, thank you, Steve. All right, we will move to discussion item 12, which is our first interim financial report. Dr. McGee.
Great, thank you. This is a detailed report being presented for information and discussion, and we expect we will have plenty. In addition to highlighting the changes since the last budget presentation, which have resulted in a small addition to the fund balance, but an addition nonetheless, we will review trend data and long-term projections, which, as you will see, actually result in a deficit 5 years out. Some of the important information we'll highlight includes trend data and per pupil spending that shows we have stayed below the CPI. We talk a lot about our effectiveness as a district, but I think this is a nice measure of efficiency as well. We'll highlight some trend data and revenue that show how state funds have decreased and how our reliance on local funding and PI support has increased and been essential to supporting programs. Last night I had a dinner with 2 families, and one of the parents asked me, what are some things that have surprised you most about the district? And I said the fact that our PI funding is we receive more funding from PI than we do from the federal government. And he said, is that normal? I said, no. But it just shows how reliant, as the board members have pointed out, Heidi led off, and the other members have all pointed out, reliant we are on local sources. I think the third critical point is the significant impact of losing $1.9 million from the Carberly lease. And we'll talk about that later. We're, I think, happy with the agreement, but nonetheless, that is $1.9 million that we will not be seeing the operating fund. Fourth point is the increase in required payments to the state pension fund. I realize that we're repeating some things, but with repetition comes understanding. And number 5, the fact that the undesignated fund balance, which looks substantial now, will be reduced. It will be reduced by costs associated with program enhancements, and we are considering some, including ideally looking at perhaps expanding some of our successful innovations. Looking at program expansion and additions, and as well as compensation increases to faculty and staff, which are currently the subject of contract negotiations. So following CBO Mac's reports, we are eager to hear remarks and questions from the board. Ms. Mac.
So here is the district's budget development and financial reporting calendar. We're in November, and tonight we're presenting the first interim budget report to you. So typically at this time we also have updates from our Santa Clara County Assessor's Office on property tax growth. Unfortunately this year the meeting is early December. Having said that, we do not anticipate there will be significant changes from the August number. So tonight we'll talk about all those things that Dr. McGee mentioned. So first is an update on the district's financial situation. The district adopted the budget for the current year in June, and since then we have a few significant changes. First of all, property taxes being the most significant source of revenue for us. For the current year, right now, property taxes projected to increase by 6.36% over last year, and is about $4 million more than the June budget. So that's good. We also have a few items that are not so good that would have negative impact to our budget this year and also over the next few years. So the first item is the significant increase in pension costs over the next 6 years. So the amount of increase over the next 5 years for STRS will be $1.7 million each year. And for PERS, about $400,000 each year over the next 6 years. So when you add the two, there's increase of $2.1 million every year for the next 6 years. And that's roughly about 1.5% of property tax revenue. So it used to take about 2 to 3% of property tax growth for us to roll over a budget from year to year. So with this significant pension cost increase, it now will take 3 to 4% property tax revenue to cover the cost increase from year to year. The next item is board members talked a lot about state funding, and the state imposed a fair share reduction to community funded districts since 2008, and that amount has grown to $7.4 million. And this reduction with the new funding model, LCFF, so this reduction is now permanent. We will never get this money back. And then the third item is also mentioned by Dr. McGee, that pending board action later tonight, it's likely will lose $1.9 million from the Copley lease renewal. So for the first interim budget, Currently, we're projecting 188.5 million in income, 184.6 million in income, with a surplus of 3.8 million. And the undesignated unrestricted fund balance, which is the last line, is projected to be about 11.1 million. And also, as Dr. McKee pointed out, we're currently in negotiations with our units, and once the contracts are settled, that amount would be a lot lower. The next two slides highlight the major changes in the first interim report. So these are changes since the last update in September. So in the revenue side, the major budget change is the reduction in coupley lease revenue, 1.9 million over 2 years. So we'll get the half of the impact in the current year and then half of the impact in the next fiscal year. We also have small changes in other revenue sources such as lottery, the voluntary transfer, state revenue, small reduction in partial tax revenue, and also slight increase in special ed revenue. Over in the expenditure side, the major change is in our personnel budget. We have about $1 million savings in the personnel budgets, and the main reason for this budget savings is primarily due to employee attrition. This year we hired more than 80 new teachers, and a lot of these teachers, their entering salary is lower than employees who had left the district. We also have unused growth teacher and also some savings in positions that have not been filled. And we also have small adjustments in other expenditure categories. So details of the revenue changes and the expenditure changes are on page 3 and page 4 of the report. So now we move to talking about the change in revenue trend for the district. So this chart shows the total revenue since 2008, and you can see from 2008 to 2011 relatively flat revenue, and then start to pick up when the economy started to recover in 2012. So currently our total revenue is at 188 million. And property taxes account for about 72% of our total revenue sources, so it's the most significant source of revenue for us. So, so this chart shows the property tax revenue trend over the past 13 years, and you can see from the chart that property tax growth mirrors the economy. It's cyclical. It has a series of up years followed by a series of down years. And currently, for the current year, 14-15, our projection is growth of 6.36%. And in the multi-year projection, that's also included in the report, we're using assumption of 3% growth for the next 5 years. For all the other revenue sources, we have the trends on this chart. So the main points on this chart is if you look at state revenue, which is the orange line, and also the federal revenue, which is the red line. Federal revenue, you can see, is relatively flat. We're getting about 4 million a year on average. The state revenue has dropped significantly since 2008. Looks like we have about 16 million in 2008, and now it drops down to about 11 million. So in 2008, federal and state revenue accounts for about 14% of our budget. Now it only accounts for a little over 9%, not even 10% of our budget. So at the same period, if you look at local revenue sources, particularly the ones supported by the community, we talked about the partial tax, which is the light blue line that has increased.
Isn't it
Sorry,
the green?
The green line.
The green line?
The green line has picked up. And also the blue line, which is the one at the bottom, PI funding has been more than double since 2008. Now we're at 5.1 million. So again, this chart illustrates the change in the funding trend with state and federal revenues declining, and at the same time, locally generated funding like parcel tax and PI funding has filled the gap. And then also lastly, the lease revenue, pending on board action later tonight, we'll be losing about 1.9 million in lease revenue. So these are the numbers supporting the line charts in the slide, in the previous slide. So on this chart, I want to point out the 4% numbers, which is the very last column, on the chart. So if you look at from 2008 to now, total revenue has grown by 19%. Enrollment growth is 10%. Our revenue per student has grown by 8%, over from 2008 to now. And if you compare that to CPI growth in the same period of 13%, our revenue growth is not keeping up with inflation. And here's another way to look at the same thing. This is our per student expenditures compared to CPI growth. The orange line is the actual spending per student since 2008, and you can see the per student spending has dropped a little bit every year since 2008, and then start to pick up when the economic recovery started in 2012. The blue line represents the CPI growth, so you can see our per student spending is not keeping up with inflation. So here's, just to summarize, the sources of revenues for the district. And you can see property taxes account for about 72% of our total revenue. State and federal revenue now comes in at about 9%. We receive parcel tax accounts for 7% of the budget, lease revenue 5%, PI 3%, and other revenues about 4%. Again, the chart again illustrates the importance of the local revenue sources. In terms of expenditures, the trend is very consistent from year to year. We spend 85% of our expenditures in personnel and then 15% in non-personnel items. In our first interim reports, we provided a multi-year projection. Here are the assumptions used in the projection. So I want to point out, starting with this projection, we have increased our assumption on property tax growth in our projection. In the past, most of the years we used 2% growth. We have increased that to 3% growth. Based on two reasons. One is the economic outlook is still very positive. We have estimated CPI projections from school services showing the CPI growth is from anywhere from 2.5% to close to 3% a year per year over the next 5 years. So it makes us feel more comfortable to use a higher assumption. And also, with the pension cost increase, we do need more revenue to cover the rollover budget from year to year. And also in our projection, we have included losing Garland revenue starting in 2016, and also losing 1.9 million from the Copley lease, and we've also included all the pension costs increase. So to summarize the points that were highlighted by Dr. McGee and also board members earlier, we've seen a shift of funding trends since 2008. State and federal revenue have decreased and stayed flat, particularly with the state revenue. With the new funding model, will now stay flat, and we don't get more revenue for enrollment growth. At the same time, our locally generated funding has increased and has been very important and reliable sources for the district. We've seen per student spending increasing since 2012. However, it's not keeping up with inflation, and our per student funding is lower than many high-performing districts in the nation. We have enrollment growth, and it will continue to grow, and we're not getting additional funding from the state or federal. We talked about the increases in pension costs, which will cost us $2.1 million over the next 5 years, amount to about 1.5% of property tax growth every year. And if the board approved the Copley lease renewal, we're seeing a 1.9 million reduction in lease revenue. And because of all these cost increases and lower revenue, we need to exercise caution in making ongoing expenditure commitments. And again, we're repeating this theme over and over again. Our local revenues have been important revenue sources for the district's operating budget and many valuable programs at the school sites. We need to ensure that we continue to get these funds. And also, we have not concluded our negotiations with our unions, and once the contracts are settled, the undesignated unrestricted fund balance would be lower than the 11 million that we projected in the report. So the next steps, we will have the next update in January when the governor proposed the budget for 2015. Then in February, we'll provide the second interim budget update, which will include the latest enrollment projections from our demographer, and we'll also have proposed expenditure or program expansion and enhancements for next year. And then in May, we'll update the budget with the governor's May revised information. We'll also have updated property tax information from the county assessor. And in June, we'll present the budget for next year. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. So this is a discussion item. It will return on December 9th for action. And then again, as Ms. Mack pointed out, this will continue to carry forward with a second interim and then the budget development process for next year. Board members, are there any questions you have, information you'd like to come back in December, or comments? Ms. Townsend?
Sure. So I want to focus in on the 2.1 million a year that or if you could just zone in on that. So our district will be Could you give just a bit of history of that? So with regard to the pension fund deficit liability, where's the requirement that we spend an additional 2.1 million per year?
Right. So the background for this increase is, as you know, both pension systems have been underfunded, particularly with STIRS.
So both the classified and the teachers.
And the teachers'
The state
retirement
systems.
The state systems, okay.
So particularly with the teachers' retirement system, because it needs a change in the legislature in order to change the rate.
Correct.
So finally, the governor, right before budget adoption, the governor proposed a funding plan to increase contributions to the teachers' retirement fund. So
so not from the state, but from districts.
right. So the STIRS gets funding from three sources, from a little bit from the state, and then the bulk of that is from employer as well as employees. So the proposed funding plan would involve rate increases from all these resources. But the bulk of the increases are coming from employer. So last year, I'm talking about 13-14, the contribution from the employer has always been 8.25%. So with the funding proposal, the governor, or now it's approved, so the rate increase will be from the 8.25% that's been for like forever, all the way up to about 19%. So you can see it's more than double over a 7-year period. So the impact is the rate will increase each year for the next 7 years, and the amount is about 2.1 or 1.7 million for the teachers for our district.
But when you add that together with the, classified.
Classified is about 2.1 million.
So other districts, or at least are similarly hit?
Correct.
And do we, and I'm also kind of looking, Mr. Tom, too, is there any reprieve from this? Are we looking for any other settlement, negotiation? I mean, where are we?
I know. I mean, it's sort of. I mean, it was another one of those deals that happened really at the end, and of the state budgeting cycle, and it's really horrific for districts that are depending on local control funding formula money.
So I guess the point that you keep saying, our district student funding is not keeping up with inflation. I mean, that's stunning. Okay. That's enough questions for now. Thank you.
Mr. Tom?
I mean, I'll just say, yeah, I never tied it together the way Dr. McGee had, that, our local donations are greater than what we receive from the federal government. I mean, that's just astounding. And then I guess similarly, our parcel tax, our local parcel tax provides more money than we get from the state.
Right.
We don't count, one-time funding, and that's been true for the last. This is the 4th year running that that's going to be true, and it's.
And indefinitely into the future.
Yeah, no, it's a sad state of affairs for public education.
Well, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. We're getting under $15,000 per student, and that looks pretty good in the state. But that's the average for the country, and it's way below the districts that we compete against across the country. Scarsdale, New York, $30,000 a student. Portchester, New York, which is like Redwood City, it's about $17,000 per student. We are just not investing in California at the right level to have competitive schools, and we are really lucky in Palo Alto that we have local sources of funds, but even with the local sources of funds, we're at the median for the country. And I don't think anybody in this city who spent a ridiculous amount to live in the house that they're living in would accept our schools to be middle of the pack for the country. And they're not. We're very efficient, as Dr. McKee said. But there's only so far you can take efficiency. And I have to say, thank you so much for all the volunteers in our community that give their time and talents regularly to make the things that we do in the classroom more productive. But even so, this is something that we can be proud of our efficiency, but it is a little disturbing. And if we're not keeping up with inflation now, and we do expect student growth, we do expect enrollment growth, because we've had 25 years of 2% growth on average, we're not going to keep up with inflation in the future either. I'm sorry, that's not very positive.
Ms. Emmerling.
Thank you. I made my comments sort of about funding in the last item, so disastrous
Ditto.
if we lose our parcel tax funding, local sources, and I said everything else in the last item.
Good, thank you. Catherine, are you manning the slides? Could you go back to, or Connie is, thank you. Go back to page 9, it's the color graphic on the revenue trends. I just want to, two big takeaways for me is we have an optics challenge because clearly we have revenue growth in our district, and we're grateful for that. I think our residents recognize that housing prices have gone up dramatically. I believe it's about 60% since 2008. So there's a sense, certainly, and if you watch the revenue trend line, things look rosy. And, the fact is, as has been stated in several other ways, both the mandated expenses that are coming down as well as enrollment growth and the loss of state and federal revenue all add up to the fact that our per pupil spending is flat or slightly down when factored for inflation. So, and as has been pointed out, it was quite a shock to get basically to have the state of California address their large unfunded liability on pension costs throughout the state by basically, the word they use is realignment, is by shifting that cost to local schools. So this is not something that is a matter of negotiation between our unions. Our association had nothing to do with this change. It's the state unfunded liability. So anyway, the optics are a challenge. As was previously mentioned, we have an interest in finding ways to communicate this effectively while not being a broken record on our anxiety about the uncertainty of district funds. I think just the one takeaway to recall is that the per pupil funding is not keeping up with inflation, as has been said. So, Dr. McGee, do you have anything to underline or add to that?
No, thank you very much for your comments and for emphasizing those important points. When's our next iteration then, Kathy, our second?
So at the next meeting would be action on this item, and then
Right.
and then the next update would be January.
That's what I meant, the next update, January, okay, right, thank you.
So we have to vote on this.
Right,
Sort of
next,
accept-
right.
And basically, that vote will be just a validation of the accuracy of the statement and the accounting, which we again applaud and thank you for, Ms. Mack. Okay, so if there are no other questions or requests, we're going to move on to I think kind of a lightning round here for a couple of things anyway. Information item on the annual report on school impact fees.
Great. Good. Yeah.
Just one?
Yeah.
One lightning round.
Oh, right, that's right. I take it back.
With new development comes new students, and there are impact fees paid for that, but the impact fees really need to go to construction facility improvements necessitated by the enrollment growth coming from new development. So we do have a mandated reporting requirement to show that the money we receive from impact fees is being used as intended. So we'll turn this over to CBO Mac.
Yes, this is the annual report on impact fees, and the numbers are displayed on page 3 of the report. As you can see, last year we received $1.5 million in impact fees. We spent $284,000, and almost all of the expenditures are for leasing the relocatables to accommodate enrollment growth. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. This is an information item. It does not require board action, and it's routinely reported every year. Basically, it's a district received approximately $1.5 million from school impact fees this year, and it articulates how those funds are being allocated. Any questions, comments? Ms. Emmerling?
Is this fee constant, or does it change with CPI?
You mean the rate?
Mm-hmm.
Typically, the rate goes up every 2 years. And
Every 2 years.
Yeah, so if you recall, we just asked the board to approve a rate increase a few months back.
But we don't.
The state board.
Yeah.
Yeah, the state board allocation approves the rate, and then the school board of individual districts can approve the rates.
Yeah, we'd like $10 per square foot. Okay.
Right, we don't get to set it.
Yeah. We said it. And then this is for facilities specifically to accommodate enrollment growth. So are these funds able to be used if we decide to open up another school?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And then we can carry it over from year to year, I'm
Yes.
seeing here?
Yes.
And so there's no limits on that?
Technically, there's no limit on that, but you know, we do want to spend the money on growth-related expenditures as
Okay.
they incur.
Thank you. Those were my clarification questions.
Any others?
Yeah, just, it might just be a typo here on page 3, attachment B. So that was just an error.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I just.
Error not a valid.
Oh, okay, so just, yeah, just take that out. Projects on which the
Seeing
fees
if
were
we were paying
expended.
attention.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
2013-14. Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you, Ms. Mack. We will move on to, yes, a media item, which is also an information item on the high school measures report, advanced placement, SAT, ACT, and alumni survey. Dr. McGee.
All right, well, Dr. Young will not be reporting on these results. His son took ill, so he's with him tonight, so I said I would pinch hit and hope that I'm as successful as some of the Giants were during the World Series. That remains to be seen. But that being said, I did make some last-minute changes to slides because I do like to use my own words in some of these, so I apologize to the board for the last-minute changes. I'll point these out, and Elena will certainly share them with you in the press. But I don't think the primary substance has changed. We did, would you need help locate some additional information on disaggregated data that I didn't think was available, but was available. So we dug it up and have a little information to share on that as well. I'll start talking about some of these measures, but I think it's also important to start with the big picture first, and that's our strategic plan, right? Our area A is about academic excellence. Now, you can go back to the title slide, and that is preparing every student with the knowledge and skills for post-secondary success. We heard these students earlier talk about the research. We hear a lot of anecdotal data, but we also need to have some numerical and some clearly objective data. So we're going to look at that tonight. Our first board goal is about preparing students for a future that necessitates global collaboration and competition. To do that, we need to cultivate support for a district-wide culture that expects, advances, inspires, and promotes academic excellence, hard work, active engagement, and perseverance for every student. So I think you'll see by some of these metrics we are succeeding in that goal. However, when we start to look a little deeper and disaggregate it, we still have a way to go. I think the report will raise as many questions as it provides answers. It's already raised some questions with some board members and members of the community and future board members. I'll just share a few of these. We had a question about the average number of AP courses taken per student at Palo. We actually were able to find that in the last 8 hours. But we don't know how that number yet compares to average in California or nationwide. There's not much information on the ACT report here, so we will, I'm going to have Charles and his team dig that up. We do have data with the district and the state, but not nationwide, and that is available. We had a question about what are the demographics of our SAT and AC test takers, and how does that test performance look when disaggregated by demographic group. Again, we have some of that for the SAT, not the ACT. This question I thought was really interesting. What % of our students take the ACT compared to SAT? Is that changing over time? And what % of our students take both? And I think some do. That's a new phenomenon from my day. You took one or the other, taking both, right? Both. Yeah, but that's I think that's more and more prevalent.
Yeah.
And then a question about grades I thought was fascinating, and it's really a question worth answering. Do the students who get is there a relationship between grades on the AP exam and the grades in the AP classes and the scores on the exam? That's really an important question. You know, do the students who get 5s on the AP test, do they get A's in their classes, or do they get B's and C's? And I think that's a question really worth pursuing. I shared with a few folks the startup school last year. I had 15 or 11 sophomores who took AP biology and chemistry, but never took a class in AP biology and chemistry. They met with a study group. They took the exam. They met with a tutor just once a week as a group, and they all got 4s. I had a 13-year-old who was not a gifted student. He was talented and motivated. He took AP Chem online kind of in his spare time and got a 5. So it's really, I think this question about grades and AP is really worth exploring. That will take some time, but we will look into that. So anyway, I'm sure you'll have.
Should they? I mean, so the question for me is, should they? If you take a class and it's fulfilling, does it matter?
Does it matter or not? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or is the AP prescribed curriculum? Are there other ways to teach a deeper knowledge? Anyway, that's rhetorical at this point. But I look forward to your comments and your questions. So Catherine will provide as many answers as she can, and I'll fill in. But with that said, let's move on to the slides. And even as I was looking at these a few minutes ago, I noticed a couple, I'd like to say typos, which are all mine. So let's start with AP. These are the major takeaways. I don't need to read them all to you, but I think the implications are important. The first, being that first one, the district has done nothing to tell students to take more AP exams. So somebody's telling them because they're taking more, or they're taking it just because they're self-motivated. But the last 6 years, students have taken 25% more, and we have the numbers, as you'll see in a slide, that show this. Does this come from college counselors? Does it come from parents? Who knows? But the fact is the kids are taking more AP exams, and they're actually scoring better. We'll see that in a moment. This last finding is, I think, and we'll see the exact statistics. I always believe, with presentations, let them know what you're going to say, show them, and then tell them again what you said. So this is a preview. The percentage of underrepresented minority students taking AP tests is significantly less than that appears, and we're going to see how significant. This is important as we talk about the talent development piece of our advisory committee. So when I do slides, next one please, I like to highlight, and well, I did it here but not up there, the findings in the box. So it says students are taking more AP exams and more exams are passed. So I think the two important points to take out is look at this. This past year, nearly 3,400 AP exams were taken. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 years ago, about 2,900, and we go back to 07, 08. We have about 900 more exams, right, being taken. And again, this is not the district telling kids to do this. The score,
Excuse
yes.
me, Max, why do you say that? Because for the several years, we've been telling, a part of our priority, at least we've discussed it up here, was that more kids should be admitted into AP classes, not necessarily that they should take the exam,
Right.
but that there was a concern that the kids so-called in the middle were being discouraged from taking AP classes, and there was grave concern about that. So there was an effort to reach out to a broader range of students to take AP classes. Now, this data is on AP exams.
Right.
It's not specifically on number of kids taking the AP classes, but that number has gone up.
Let's find that out. I don't know what that number is, but
and I
that's
know
a
we've looked
question
at
that
it,
needs
so-
to be answered. That's a great, and I
I know we have that number.
I will stand corrected. We'll have it somewhere, so we'll find out
Yeah,
what it is.
actually, I know that the WASC reports, when the WASC folks came in, one of the things they said is they wanted, or they recommended that we figure out a way to give greater access to the AP
Yeah.
curriculum, actually particularly for underserved minority students. And so I know this was a goal that both high schools had.
Do we know if they succeeded or not?
No, we don't.
We shall find out, though.
Okay.
Yeah. No, this is what I mean. This is really important to have these questions. So
right.
these are terrific
Well, and
questions.
it was broader than that. It was to students who
Yeah.
felt disenfranchised in the middle, the
Yeah.
so-called middle kid,
Yeah.
who that there would be an opportunity for them, and the numbers did go up. I know those numbers exist because we've looked at them.
Great. Well, let's find out. And it'll be interesting to see if they went up the same rate as the percentage of exams went up.
Exactly.
Because my sense is, at least what I hear anecdotally, is the on-the-ground college counselors are pushing kids to take as many APs as they can. Let me say, that was my experience last year in a completely different coast. That, the on-the-ground people were telling the kids, whereas the admissions directors had a different story. The admissions director from Princeton.
On the ground as in
On the ground being the counselors that come out and visit the
Yeah.
kids in, in the school.
So I have a housekeeping question.
Yes.
Would you prefer going through the slides, having us jot our questions, or do you want us to pause on each slide and have a?
I had to go through, but this,
Go through, because otherwise we'll never get
okay.
Yeah, I think.
yeah.
But these are
important.
Jot your notes. So
The only point was, I think corrections need to be made along
They
the way.
should,
I just had to
Correct me
correct
if
that.
I'm-
Yeah, that actually, no, there has been a focus on that kid. So I didn't want it to.
People say,
go
correct
on
me if I'm wrong, and don't mean it, but I mean it.
Yeah,
So correct
yeah.
me if I'm wrong.
And guess
I
what?
don't
I
have the
will.
history that you do here. Yeah.
Well,
and
in
Charles
that-
doesn't either, so I'm at somewhat of a disadvantage.
Well, in that vein, can I introduce a couple other
Of course.
possibilities? Well, since 2007-8, first of all, we've had. And this isn't going to explain all of it, but we have more high school students. So when we have a raw number, as opposed to a percentage, it's not going to show that. Also, I believe we have several additions in the last 6 years of AP courses. So I'm thinking of environmental science.
Yes.
I believe biotech and economics. So as well as physics, I believe was added back. So those would also be important because it
would be important.
It
That's right.
It's a different issue if you're adding, AP Econ when our challenge prior to that was that the number of students registering for the class couldn't be accommodated.
Right.
And then AP Econ was then expanded to both high schools.
Wow.
So anyway.
Pinch hitting, I have
Well, that's right.
1 ball and 2 strikes.
But it's still accurate.
And
The data is
that's
accurate.
why number.
These are
number
great.
is-
That's a great point. But we can find that out too now.
Right.
And I'm really curious because if we have added more, and the enrollment has changed.
That's right.
It'd be interesting to see if it's the same rate. So,
Yeah.
These are great. Okay. Good. Thanks. Good observation. Yeah. Actually, I really, when I looked at this report the first time, it was almost all numbers, and I said, we really need to deal much more with percentages. Don't really mean a whole lot. So we'll see more as we go along. The percentage, of students passing is, as the last slide showed, 95%.
We're not moving at the same rate that you are.
Oh.
On the overhead.
Oh, sorry. Next. Here, I'll turn this so you can see it, Tabitha. I'm sorry. Okay, there you go. You're good. Next.
Yeah, see, this is all example.
No, these are not the slides that I sent her.
I have it on my computer. Can we make a switch?
Yeah.
I think she loaded the wrong one.
Okay, thank
Well,
you.
while we're just waiting here,
Right,
here's a
thank you.
here's a question that I'm throwing up. I'm not necessarily expecting you to have an answer,
Okay.
but I believe that the number of AP tests taken by high school students across the country has actually gone up, and I don't know at what rate, but we probably should know what that is.
Has our rate increased the same,
Yeah.
more or less?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
that just
right.
probably reflects that kind of pressure that students are under
Yeah.
to take more and more.
So that's the reason we like to look at number of kids additional who are taking at least one. So is there a greater percentage of our student population that is taking at least one AP
Yeah.
instead of taking none at all?
Yeah.
And it was our intent to get a greater bandwidth,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
which I think has increased.
Right. Well, I think I better just wait, because we do have,
Thank you, thank you.
I mean, the one thing I'll add is,
Yeah.
I mean, just from this short amount of the conversation, what's clear to me is that there's quite a few different factors that are influencing these final numbers. And so, I mean, it's going to take careful analysis to be able to really extract an actionable conclusion from it, because, you know, when you have all these different things feeding into that single growth number, I don't know, I'd hesitate
You're
to
absolutely right.
say, well, we got to do X because of it.
Yeah. Do you have a connector for this one? Oh, okay. I have one in my briefcase.
You said at the beginning that you were able to find out the average number of AP courses taken per student at Gun and Pally, but you didn't have it for all of California.
No, but I have, yeah.
Oh, it's a slide.
I
Okay,
have a slide.
I don't
I
wanna
can
get
share
in
that,
front of
though.
your
Yeah,
slide.
I actually, yeah, we put that in.
Yeah, I'd just add one other thing, because you'd mentioned about SAT and ACT. I mean, this is anecdotal, but what I've observed is that more students are looking at the ACT as an alternative, because it is very different in terms of exactly what they're testing between the SAT and ACT. And so different students will feel more comfortable with one versus the other.
And actually, across the country, the ACT actually has more market share now than
I think
SAT.
it's grown a lot.
Or
I mean,
number 5.
regionally, it's very different. Midwest, I think it's
Midwest
grown
is
the
a lot
most.
more ACT. Yeah,
Yes.
one more slide, please. Next one. I think we're good. Next one.
We're not up
We
on
lost
the
our,
side signal.
That's okay.
That's
But
right,
it's
we'll
fine.
look at this one.
Yeah. Neck exercise.
Can you do the next slide, please? There we go. Okay, yay.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you, Tabitha. Yeah, well, I had, anyway, we'll come back to that. More than 70% of the seniors take and pass at least one AP exam. And this number is, due to the scale of the graph, it looks like there's a lot of variation, but there's not, really a whole lot of variation. It's right around 72%. Here, Melissa, is next, please. Some information you asked for. So this is a Palo and gun, and we do have longitude. We can find longitudinal data on this. It's kind of the last hour we couldn't, but there's really not much difference. At Pali, seniors take 2.4. Here, I'll move this over. An average of 2.4 AP courses per student, 2.7 at gun. And you see the 11th graders. And this has both number and percentage up there. This is a slide that I think shows where we have some work to do with our talent development. Fewer underrepresented minority students take AP tests than their peers. So the denominator here is the percent of students of the racial ethnic group. So what's this telling us that of the whole of the 9 through 12 population, of the entire high school population. So not just the senior population. So that right, yeah, I know. I asked the same thing. I said this is like so so strange. But so let me just go down let me go down the 2014 column on the right. So our high school population, when you add them both together, is what, approximately 4,000, not quite. So 34% of all the high school students took 3,364 AP tests. You know, most of those, as we saw in the last slide, were juniors and seniors. I don't know the number of Asian high school students we have, but 44% of them took AP tests in 2014, compared to 6% of the entire high school population of African American students, 12% of Hispanic Latino students, 29% of white students. All others, that's American Indian, biracial, and multiracial, and non-reported. So the fact that the underrepresented minorities are taking fewer AP tests, and so if we had an initiative a few years ago to have more underrepresented minority students in AP classes, you know, that's another thing. Did they go into AP classes? If so, are they taking tests at that same rate or not? So again, this kind of data raises, I think, more questions than answers, and certainly points out some direction for future study and a large area for improvement. Turning to the SAT, you know, we see that our scores over the last 5 years have increased, but they've remained, you know, basically stable at the state level. And we have that graphically in the next slide. And you can see the you know, participation rate. You know, that means the percentage of students taking SAT. You know, it's you know, 80% of our students do, versus you know, increasing number in California, but a long way to go before the 80%. ACT results generally parallel what we found in SAT. In other words, our scores are increasing while state scores remain level. But let's dig a little deeper into some of the SAT data with the next slide. We have 3 slides. Students who have more highly educated parents tend to score higher. So, you know, this is a graphic representation, probably not terribly surprising. There's all kind of variables associated with that income level. In fact, this may be a proxy variable for income level for books in the home. I mean, you know, kind of disaggregating these is challenging.
Of course. And this isn't any different from maybe the difference between income level, education level, parent education, and results on scores is a national thing.
No, yeah, right. So this is nothing new. You know, a couple just big findings that I didn't we don't have graphically. Next slide, please. Is that the score gaps indicate a system-wide solution. We need a system-wide solution to assure all students have opportunities and access to achieve at high levels. So SAT gives you a report out by family income, and there's really in the when you add all the 3 scores together, right, the critical reading, math, and writing, there's about 200-point span depending on the income of the parents. And again, that can be that's a nationwide trend, but it's something that, you know, we would hope that with the human resources and frankly political will we have here, we ought to be able to resolve. That second bullet is significant. The SAT scores of underrepresented minority students are about 300 points. Go back, please. Lower than those of their peers. That being said, the scores of underrepresented minorities are above the state national average, but nonetheless, they're under the peers by a lot. And so we need to do something about that. And this is not a high school problem. It's like a system-wide problem and a community-wide issue to address, which we will. The next slide. I hear this a lot. This completely blew me away. This is another answer to that parent's question last night. This really surprised me. I knew that Palo Alto students excelled, but I was not aware, at least on the SAT, to what extent they excelled. And we hear, I've heard from parents, and my child's getting B's and doing well and feels dumb. And, you know, we need to build that student's resilience or show them the results. But what this says is that students in our lowest quartile are in the top quartile nationwide, probably the top 80% nationwide, or top 20% nationwide. And so we went back to the lower income and the underrepresented minority. Those scores are still in the high 1500s, 1600s, which puts them, probably the top third nationwide. That being said, we can do better, but there's great pressure to improve. I don't know. This raises all kind of questions about the value of SAT tutoring to boost your score a few more points when there's, 2,200 is incredibly high. I mean, I can't remember what they were at the Math and Science Academy, but these are competitive with the, elite selective magnet school scores, I think. At least my experience in Illinois is, these are remarkable. Anyway, I'm going to turn the alumni survey piece over to you, Catherine.
Okay, so as you know, we're members of the 21st Century Consortium. That's 6 other districts besides ours. It's Eanes in Austin, Texas, Highland Park in Dallas, Edina in Minnesota, New Trier in Northfield, Illinois, Manhattan Beach in California, and Westside in Omaha, Nebraska. So you can see we've conducted this survey, I think 3 years now in a row, and this year we had 836 responses among the whole consortium. And when Max and the principals from Pally and Gunn and I attended in September, we studied these results. So we're trying to compare what's going on at each of our schools. Next slide, please. So Pally had 83 responses and Gunn had 91 responses, 174 out of 907 students. And this was only a 9.33% response this year. Last year we had 36% response, so keep that in mind, when we share this data with you. Next slide. Our key findings were very similar to last year. Students felt well prepared in math and English and writing, but they also wanted more preparation in technical writing, and this is what came out in their written comments. Last year, I think they said they didn't need as much 5-paragraph essay practice as they needed more writing, technical writing, and it came through again this year. They also mentioned science lab reports as being a need. They needed more experience with that. And overall, they felt prepared to use technology. But one thing that's been true last year and this year across the whole consortium is that students, when they get to college, are still challenged by balancing their schoolwork and their social life. Okay.
As are we. Yeah. What was the
so
it makes me wonder what the question was.
Sure.
Yeah. So what was the question? Because when we first did this, remember people said, "Oh gosh, we got there and everybody's partying. We don't party in Palo Alto." Gosh, do you remember that?
Yeah.
So is that what question are we asking them? Do you know?
This is the question where we're asking how well were you, what is your greatest challenge? And there was a continuum this year. We changed up some of the way we questioned them, or the way we worded the questions. And so they had a number of items to choose from. Were you well, how well have you, what is your greatest challenge in college life or work life? We also added college or career. This time we added the career component. So I could go through, there's a whole slide of them, but they had all kinds of choices, but the biggest challenge across the whole consortium was balancing their social and their...
Well, and it's just balance. I remember just that first time we asked, they said there's just so much partying out there. They didn't party here, and then they got to college and everybody parties. So they were stunned by that. And I thought that was interesting. It was very focused on, I don't know if the question about balance, if that would get to that. That was very specific.
It's interesting. It's revealed in some of their comments where they give recommendations or advice for the kids coming behind them. And a lot of them said, have fun, but don't forget to study. Don't get, I think it's just a very different approach. And I even, some of the comments even were, you'll find that we kind of lived in a bubble, in Palo Alto. They use that term.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So where did you feel connected to your high school experience? we were really interested in that because we're interested in student connection. But remember that they could check all that apply, so it's not going to add up to, the right percentage. But about 90% of our kids were connected in academics at Pali and at Gunn. You can see the consortiums right up there. We're very similar across the board with the consortium. Athletics, interestingly enough, last year in 2012, that figure went up for Gunn from 45% to 60% this year. And then it was 43% at Pali, went up to 55%. Then connection with clubs, a much bigger connection at Gunn this year. That went up. Last year they had 45%. This year went up to 59%. And Pali was about the same. And then performing arts and cafeteria. Remember, we made a joke last year that the connection to the cafeteria is usually where the winters are very cold. Across the country.
We have town and country.
So obvious from this, I mean, if this were all the connection points, the kids at Gunn look more connected than the kids at Pali, but
in some areas there were. I mean, this doesn't list all of them, but it listed some of the main ones.
Well, and all that you've listed.
We have fewer kids responding on this one than last year, so I'm not sure how much that affected.
It's all right. I mean, at least we're attempting to get at this, so that's great.
Right. Okay, so next slide. Did you feel prepared with self-management skills that are needed for college life? And again, across the consortium, we had good results on this, either very prepared or prepared, about 83% at Pali, 90% at Gunn, 83% with the whole consortium.
Good.
Okay, next one. Then the next question was, did you feel academically prepared for college learning? And this is a slide that we had to revise because for some reason we had incorrect data on it on your original one. So there is a copy over here, a hard copy for the audience if they want it. But very prepared or prepared. Again, Pali, 83% of our kids felt that way. Gunn, 90%, and the consortium, 85%.
Just on this, do we have any data on where the kids are?
What college they're going to, or whether they're working?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
We do. And is there any difference between our population and our two high schools?
Difference between which schools?
The caliber of schools that they're at, of the people that responded. Obviously, we can only look at the people that responded and what percentage were in careers.
We haven't pulled that out yet, but that's a very good question.
I'm a little concerned that this could be very misleading because I don't know what the populations look like, and I don't know if they're comparative.
True for all of this data.
We discussed that at the consortium as well. We're going to be following up on that when we meet again.
9%. Yeah. It is.
Okay. Yep. So then we always ask if they had to take any non-credit remedial courses in English and in math. So for English, of course, a very low percentage. 95% did not at Pali, Gunn 93%, and the consortium 93% did not have to take something like that. And again, it might be interesting to look at where these kids were all going to, the ones that had to take it. And then in math, 95% at Pali, 91 Gunn, and 92 consortium did not have to take a remedial course in math. These are just some of the highlights. There are a lot more things we can look at and study.
Is there a place where the board and the community can look at the comments from students?
Yes, I believe it's posted. I think the survey is posted, but I can double check. We generated it here in our district too. It's just a Survey Monkey, but it's really interesting to look at the comments. So
okay.
I believe it's posted on the website, but I'll double check.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then our next steps with the alumni survey is that we're going to be reviewing it with site administration and with our steering committees with a particular focus on writing across the curriculum. That's really important. That's a big focus as we're transitioning to Common Core standards. But especially with technical and research writing, and then advanced placement, continue to examine demographic enrollment needs, and trends and number of tests taken and passed. And we brought up some other questions we want to pursue. continue to work closely with students regarding course load. And then on the SAT, ACT, continue to communicate test dates and available support services for students. So,
That should be
questions?
by instead of my. That was my mistake.
Oh, I'm looking at my old copy,
Foul
so
ball.
I didn't even see it.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, there are.
No, yeah, that was my typo. I caught that
Oh, okay.
later. Too late.
And
Yeah.
yeah, we've got some appendices that were in, they have that in the
That-
board
yeah.
packet.
That's all. Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
So questions or?
Good, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Dr. McGee, for pulling together additional information in response to questions. It's helpful. And pinch hitting for
All right.
Dr. Young, too. Thank you.
I'll be sure that he gets all the questions and
Good,
answers them
good.
thoroughly.
So we have one card, and then we'll go to board member questions, comments. Mr. Ken Dauber, welcome.
So I wanted to point out one other reason why we might be seeing an increase in the number of AP tests taken, which is that at both of our high schools, although this is inconsistent, students are asked to sign a contract promising to take the AP exam if they take the course. So Palo has, at least on its website, a contract that requires that students take the AP exam. Several courses at Gunn have the same requirement. I think that a couple things. One is that there should be a consistent policy across the schools, and second, that we should not have a policy that requires that students take the AP exam if they, as a condition for taking the course, or that they sign a contract to do that. I think there's several problematic parts to that. One is, there's a stress issue. Some students don't want to take the exam, may decide not to take the exam as the end of their high school career approaches, or the end of their junior year approaches. Some students and families may be deterred from taking the class at all because of the expense associated with taking the exam. We also risk running afoul of the state constitution's requirement that we offer a free public education. The fiscal advisory that also covered summer school applies here as well. We're specifically not allowed to charge for AP exams, which we do. Those charges run through the school if we require taking the exam as a condition for taking the course. In other words, if we tell students that they have to sign up for the exam as a requirement for taking the course, then we can't charge students for taking the exam. So that runs into the same issue of the free public education under the California Constitution that other fees do as well. So I think that's a reason sufficient in itself. There's also another issue with AP classes, at least with the contracts that I wanted to raise with you, which is that some of these contracts that students are asked to sign state that they won't be allowed to drop down a level if they, from an AP class to a non-AP class, if they find the course too challenging. And I think that is apparently, at least on information from several sources, not necessarily actually imposed on students, but it's another area where I think the policy as enunciated in these contracts probably needs to be changed to align with what the actual practice is, but also with the practice that is more consistent with the kind of educational goals we have for these courses. So I wanted to lay that in front of you as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dauber. We have another card as well. Sarah Woodham, welcome.
Hi, Sarah Woodham. Just a quick comment. I appreciated this slide, Max, that I guess you added that talked about parent education and trying to map between parent education and I guess AP scores of kids of those,
Right,
matching
right.
education. But the other layer that I think, and I don't know, I'm imagining a lot of this will come out in the task force. So again, I appreciate
will,
the work
right.
of the task force, but I'll just say it here. Is education layer by ethnicity, and matching that also would be sort of the next layer of the onion that needs to be peeled back on that in terms of trying to figure out, you know, because we do understand that correlation between education level, but, you know, how does education level and ethnicity play into sort of where the kids of those brackets?
Right in a relationship, yeah.
And that's my only comment.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, board members, questions, comments? Should we start with you, Mr. Tom?
Sure. Yeah, it'll be worth just following up on whether students, what students are required to do as far as AP taking the test. Because I do know my son did not take the AP exam last year, though
Yeah.
he was in the AP course. And so clearly it was not enforced. I don't know, and I do know an example of a course where the challenge with dropping down is just because of the scheduling problem. And I heard it stated that way, that there's no guarantee we can find you that spot because, I mean, and I sympathize with that. I mean, they were doing that up front the year in the spring before, you know, during registration time, because they want students to try as hard as they can to make an informed decision and not overstretch. Just, okay, I'm going to take it all, I'm going to sign for all of it, and then I'm going to reschedule half my schedule. I mean, that's not functional either for the system.
As a matter of fact, at Palo, the kids are actually told now that what you sign up for is what you get.
Right.
So it's not even as loose as it was 2 years ago.
Right. So, so I understand some of this. So, I mean, it's worth.
Yeah, I'm going to explore that. I had not heard that before, so.
I do also think it's worth exploring that correlation between grades and AP, because that is the chatter I have heard.
Yeah.
That students will often feel crushed by the course and then get a 5.
Yeah.
And what's interesting to me is I'll couple that with the other thing. You know, the fact that our students at the 25th percentile SAT scores are consistently at the 75th percentile in our state and nationwide. I mean, that's been true for my entire time on the board here. I mean, it's that double-edged sword of living in Palo Alto. I mean, you're in a place that's very high achieving, yet, you know, try to tell the student at the 25th percentile that that they should feel successful, and it's a tough thing. So, you know, I think there's a real challenge for them to feel like successes. And, you know, if I couple that with that potential correlation between grades and AP not really being right, you know, if our grading is much harsher, that doesn't lead to, you know, I'm not trying to swing to the crazy 70s what was it called? No, not self-esteem movement.
Oh, yeah.
So you should just feel great for no reason.
Doesn't matter how you do, just feel good.
On the other hand, you shouldn't feel crappy when for no reason either. I mean, so anyways, I think that's somehow, I think, you know, even beyond those two stats, we need to find ways to help our students get a more complete picture of their performance and to feel proud of what they are accomplishing, because I think that is something that's worth attention.
I agree.
I'll just say about a couple of these charts. I mean, you pointed it out, and I did circle it when I first saw them. That I'm usually troubled when I don't see a 0 axis.
Me too.
Scale,
Right.
Because it just it exaggerates things, and then it's hard to know how relevant the variation is, because it can exaggerate things.
That's why I pointed it.
And because on the one hand, you know, I did find that drop in SAT scores for the lowest education level over the last 2 years to be a bit distressing. It is exaggerated by the scale, but you know, perhaps that is something that's worth exploring by your task force. And you know, it was 2 years, so it wasn't just a one-time deal. And you know, and when we were talking about AP exams, and I do see that under next steps you talk about, you know, working closely with students regarding course load. You know, I think we want to get more students to the Goldilocks place.
You're right.
because I think, there are some, this is a challenge where it isn't one size fits all. There's some students who are overloaded, but there are also students in the same way that Camille was talking about who are underloaded.
Yeah.
And so, we want to get more kids appropriately challenged.
Yeah.
So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
I think I made most of my comments. There's a lot of work ahead. I like to look at, some of the other data points that we had. Again, there's this whole curve. You want the kids in the so-called middle. We always hear parents will come up to us.
Right.
Oh, the group you don't think of, it's the under-challenged kids. Oh, the group you don't think of, it's the it's the brilliant kids. Oh, the group you don't pay attention to, it's the middle kids.
Right.
So, you know what? It is important to keep looking at all groups, but I think looking at the scores and how high kids score, unbelievable. And it was true that not enough kids were given access to the APs, and so less for me was how many kids actually took the exam, how many got the sense of the rigor that I can be in an AP. God, why didn't I take an AP while I was at PAUSD?
Right.
I could have taken an AP. Yeah, you could have. And we have made that. And there should be some data out there to show that we have moved more kids into AP classes. And then Ms. Mitchell makes the great point that we've actually added capacity, that there's additional classes, plus the number of kids gone up. So there's a lot more here.
I want to find this out tonight. I mean, these are right. And I'm not. Don't worry. But these are really good questions and really important questions.
Yeah, this is fun.
Well, I was one more complexity to this. I mean, the numbers are, you just can't get enough out of the number, because not all AP exams are the same either.
No.
I mean, you compare an AP statistics course load to an BC calculus course load.
Yeah, it's different.
It's night and day, right? And you can go across the entire spectrum of AP classes, and some are going to be backbreakers, and some are just like a regular class.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just going by pure numbers. I mean, because when I listen to the conversations that students have, I mean, they don't talk about just APs. It's like, which APs?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Exactly. Because in terms of your load, I mean, they'll balance it.
We can go down with that list of courses too. We know them by now. I mean, which APs
are hard. Yeah, really hard.
That comes back to that grade correlation too. You mentioned that'd be, that may be informative. We'll see. Yeah. These are really good questions.
It sort of does, but it's sort of different because I don't think that, let's say, AP Environmental Science is ever going to be as hard as AP Chem. And it really does. It's not about what level you're teaching. It's just there's more in one course.
I'm done.
Can I invite you to move for 30 more minutes?
You bet. I gladly would love to work with the both of you at least another half hour.
And I know Heidi wants a second.
No, we spent an hour with our
All those in favor?
preliminary
Aye.
things.
All right.
We're still doing well.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Our business piece.
Okay. So lots of the same questions. I'd like to know sort of what your key learnings are for the district from looking at this data, and then how we can support our current high school students with the learnings, with those learnings. And when I'd like to hear about that might be with the high school SIPSAs or
with the who?
The high school SIPSAs that we're going to do in
Oh
January.
yeah, okay.
So that may be somewhere where we
Ask
can
them to-
fold in some of this key learnings and some of the, when you dig down into the information with the high school principals, sort of what are those learnings, and then how can we support our current high school students. I've heard a lot about APs and stress. I'll know more next year. I'm sure. I'm wondering.
Maybe not in ninth grade.
Yeah, hopefully not in ninth grade. Actually, it was a disconcerting slide that had 2% of our ninth graders take AP classes. I mean, is that even allowed?
No, I think that was let me.
I could
2%?
imagine
There
Well-
were a few kids. Oh, I know, like one kid
World
took AP.
language.
I know one who took AP
world
Chinese.
language.
No,
I
so
would
it was
imagine.
like
Or
maybe
maybe
point two.
Spanish immersion, possibly.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
Or 30% of our population that speaks a second language.
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
It's possible we have a calculus kid in ninth grade. We probably don't have many of them, though.
I don't know how much our high schools encourage
That was
students to take APs in their, just in their senior year, or take SATs just in their senior year, or if they're taking them, these exams in their junior year and then retaking them, to the point of why do we need to retake and do all this tutoring around it if we're already in the 75th, our 25th percentile and the 75th percentile. Anyway, what's come up in this conversation is, what is the college app question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, I don't know how that's worded. How many AP honors classes have you taken? Have you availed yourself of the hardest classes offered at your high school? What is sort of that question, and how much does that dictate what students take? So that's a question I have. I am pretty sure we don't limit the number of AP classes currently, although that's come up in several conversations. But I'm wondering, is there a trigger for a counselor parent-student meeting? I don't know that every student gets that in terms of discussing their caseload with their counselor and parent, and hopefully students are having those conversations with their parents.
It used to be that you had to sign off the counselor and the parent and the kid, so unless
For
that's
what?
changed.
All, the
To
whole
take to
schedule?
take an AP course, the parent has to sign a form.
Really?
Yeah, that
Okay, for just
I did
one.
last year.
For just one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
We'll find out.
But
Yeah, I don't know if that's the same at both high schools, and that would be a good
That's new.
question.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
relatively new.
Okay, so that's my question, sort of what's the trigger for a counselor parent-student? I mean, it would be a red flag if someone was taking 4 or 5 AP classes. I mean, to me, I'd hope that would be a trigger for a conversation about course load. And then,
Catherine has a.
oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know that it's a formal trigger, but I know the counselors work very closely with planning the students' schedules, and 3, I think, would be a trigger. I mean, they would definitely have a conversation with the students. We've had there's just some students that really want to take a lot, and I know that there have been conversations from the college advisor that the colleges aren't going to reward you for taking 7 AP classes by ensuring you get into a college. They look at the more well-rounded, all the other aspects of what you're doing in high school. So I know it's a big interest, but I think we need to tie down whether or not it's really formally consistent across.
So if
the
this
two
is a
schools.
perception among the students that you have to take all these
Yeah.
for some reason, then what are we doing about that? In
we
other
don't
words,
know
if those
perception.
are the key learnings, then how are we supporting the current high school students? If those are true. I mean, again, that's just sort of a question.
Would you like a real-time answer to a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I will phrase this. So we have one of the gun counselors watching the board meeting.
Great.
Who just
Oh,
pinged
wow.
me. We no longer require students to take the AP test in regards to signing up for the class. A few years ago, teachers required students to take the test, and we told them that they couldn't mandate that. We do allow students to move down if they struggle, but we strongly counsel them to make wise choices when signing up for the classes, because it creates, scheduling problems. So that at gun, they don't, and we'll find out about Palo. But sorry about that. I just saw
No,
it.
it's fine.
That's
Yeah.
helpful.
If I could
All
add
3?
just a little bit more to your question about the number of APs. I believe a lot of private schools are limiting the number of APs that they're giving credits, college credits for. But I believe in the UC system and the CSU that those AP classes they are given credit for, and it can be as much as a semester's worth of tuition and coursework that they've taken, and they can start in on upper level courses depending on what they've had. But private schools are limiting them to some degree as how many they can bring in.
When you say private schools, you mean private colleges.
Yes.
I'm just, I want to make sure everyone understands what you're saying.
I'm sorry, Heidi, for the interruption.
No, it's fine. I mean, I went to a UC school, and whether you get a 3, 4, or 5, you don't have to take the freshman English class or the whatever. So you don't have to get a 5. You just have to get a passing grade. So again, sort of, what's the culture around it, and is that affecting our student
You mean for the
level of
APs?
stress?
That's not true anymore. In fact, I read an article very recently. They're not accepting those 3s anymore as an equivalent. So, but that's
Yeah.
changed.
I'm sure there's lots of, these are just
Lots of moving
questions I'm bringing up since you asked
Yeah.
for questions
Yeah.
around, and these are just things I've been thinking about. In terms of the alumni survey, have we heard back from teachers about whether the Common Core work that we're doing throughout our district is supporting these skills that students say they'd like more of?
Oh, good question.
The technical writing, the science lab reports, I mean, we heard the Common Core, we've heard a lot about Common Core efforts towards nonfiction and.
Right. I mean, we have talked about that as we transition to more nonfiction reading, different kinds of text, that it's going to kind of take care of itself. But this is really important for us to start working on it right now. So that's why we need to discuss this at English Steering Committee, Math Steering Committee, Science. Right. But I really, we're all moving in that direction, so it's timely.
Yeah. Okay. And I just had the same question about what does this balancing schoolwork and social life question sort of mean? And maybe it's in the comments. I mean, I'm wondering if it's that students don't feel they can make good decisions about social pressures, or that they can't balance their checkbook. I mean, I just don't know, what does it mean that in terms of that not being prepared socially or emotionally for the demands of living independently. I'm not sure. So those are my questions. Moving forward.
Good.
You remind me of one more question, which is, I do know that there's a number of classes where, oh, I'm sorry, what? There's a number of classes where the teacher does tell the kids, the students, like what percent of, in the past, got 5s and 4s and so on. And a lot of times it's a very high percentage of 5s. And so it puts sort of a pressure on them. But I'm also wondering whether the teachers feel pressure to deliver lots of 5s. And right,
Yeah.
but at some point it's not healthy, especially if we want to be able to have more students take it and not feel like, well, you should only take this if you can get a 5.
Right.
Right,
I agree
right,
with you.
yeah.
Thank you.
Catherine, were you going to comment on that question that Heidi had brought up? The last one about the balance?
Yes, the balance. I mean, what we can give you the more specific questions if you like, in-depth questions. But it really was about, I think, the temptation to not study every night. And it was their problem. They were more challenged by balancing the academic demands of college, because I think in high school, they were more sheltered. It's more structured. They go home and they study more. And here, they don't have their parents there. I mean, it just seemed like it was across the board for all the consortium. It's just challenging, especially with long-term assignments. And so even in some of the comments for advice, for the students that are following them, it was don't fall behind. Once you fall behind, it's really hard to catch up.
Thank you.
Well, you answered a lot of my questions. Obviously, we have more questions here that we will look into.
Yeah, we will. No, thanks
and
for
I'm hoping that you'll come back to us in some way with some of the answers as you get them.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a formal report, but if you start feeding us this, the information as you get them, maybe we can be smarter about some of the questions we ask at the WASC reports.
Okay, good. Yeah, we'll have, I expect Charles to be back pretty quickly. We'll get him working on this right away.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, this is, and I'd like to do it, actually formally in a memo with the, and I think it's just time. I mean, I think the data are.
So I think actually a memo might be the right way to do it. So that because I think one of the goals is to make sure that we're having productive conversations when the WASC discussion happens.
No, that's a great prompt.
I want to follow up, or maybe go a little farther on the point that Mr. Tom brought up. Certain AP classes are known to be crushing. It's not all of them.
Right.
AP US History, for example, is known to be a crushing class. And yet regular history isn't that difficult. And there seems to be a pretty big gap. I'm just using this as an example. You
okay.
could use other classes, certainly. And it seems to me what we want to do is help our kids be challenged. So if we have some kids that need even more challenge, they need to be in a really, really difficult class because they're really academically advanced. Maybe there's some way to have a middle where you could still take the AP exam. Because if you're getting a C in the class and you got a 5 on the AP, then maybe we need to have another level of class where you can do well in the class and get a 5 on the AP. That might be, to Dr. Bauer's point, if one of the things you're trying to do is be able to get, use the APs as a way to get some credits in college. Or you just want to stretch yourself, but you're not at the level where you really can be doing, it's not just what your grade point average would be, it's what it does to all the rest of the parts of your life. So if I'm a reasonable student and I want to really extend myself in history, but I feel too cowed to do it because I'm afraid of how it's going to roll over into my other classes, is it really to anyone's advantage to have me not stretch myself in that area? So I think we need to have some conversations about that. I mean, we do have some kids who really can be pushed way, and maybe that's what they really want.
Push themselves.
Right, and that might be what they want. But I think that we do need to look at this and say, is this a barrier to students stretching and trying to learn more? One of the things that I've heard over and over again is our highest level math and science classes are so challenging, in fact, that we have kids that sort of burn out after they take them if they're not successful, and then they go into college and don't think they'd be any good at that. But you just showed us SAT scores that will tell you that, guess what, you would be fine in college doing this math and science. And I think what we want to do is push our kids to have more opportunity and try to reach for more as they go up in their educational experience. So I'm afraid that we might actually be making a real mistake, particularly in math and science, in the highest level of math and science classes.
So there's lots of ways to solve that issue. One for standards-based grading, one to pass fail. I mean, you know, because that's what my experience has been. Kids are afraid to take those because they don't want their GPA, and that happens. But they really want to learn something. So I think we need to start, you know, even think beyond.
And it can be more than the GPA. It can be the worrying that you're not going to have enough sleep, worrying that you can't give any time to other classes. So I think it is more than just the grade point average that kids worry about. I also worry that we have such a big gap between the AP classes and the regular classes.
Yeah, that's a good
And I think that we really need to take a look at that. I know that I hear about this in English, I hear about this in history, I hear about this in science classes. I'm sure if I went and asked, I'd probably hear about it in the other classes as well. I had one more question. Oh, you know, so to Heidi's question here, I mean, I was surprised that our average number of APs per student at Gunn and Pally is under 3. I mean, Urban Myth says it's, you know, everyone's taking 10 AP classes. This is like when my daughter came home and said everyone has an 800 on the SAT.
Yeah.
On both, everything. Math, writing, reading. And I was like, that's just not true. She's like, yes, it's true. And unfortunately, these urban myths take on a life of their own. So I do think it's actually important that we communicate this out, if this is in fact true. And I think it actually would be interesting to know what the average is in California, because I bet it's not so different than the average at Gunn and Pally, because it's a small number.
Well, I'm interested in our consortium schools. I mean, you know, we should be able to get that data, Catherine, pretty quickly from our consortium schools for a start, and then you know, if we can get statewide, great. But, yeah.
So I do know that at other districts, even like next door at MA, you can start taking AP classes in 9th grade. So I know this is a concern for some families where they have kids that may be ready to do that in certain subjects, and yet we say no until 11th grade. And I wonder if that creates some of the panic around, well, I've got to do
They stack
all
'em
the
up.
APs, right? And so I had no chance to do, even if I was ready, I had no chance to do it 9th and 10th grade, so I need to do them all in 11th and 12th grade. And then the urban myth becomes junior year is impossible. You are so overwhelmed. You have to take as many of the hardest courses as you possibly can.
Right.
And so maybe we need to talk about that as well.
Yeah, access sophomore year. Just look at that. Let me look at that number.
Did anyone buzz you?
No, we'll find out in a moment. Yeah, so we had, at both schools, we had like 55 sophomores take AP classes, you know.
Well, I
3
can tell you
freshmen.
as a parent of a high school student,
Yeah.
it's more than not encouraged.
Yeah,
You
and
better
it
have a
goes up
really
over
good
a
case. Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
you know,
in some of those other districts, I think it's has to do with the courses they offer. They'll offer courses that are like AP World History, which is more designed for a lower level, lower grade level.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whereas we don't offer AP World History.
Younger, as in.
Younger. Yeah.
Anyway, it's worth looking at. Yeah, I mean, your point's good because they do pack them in.
I just feel like we've created a situation where we're encouraging kids to pack them in because we are competing at the highest level.
One student board member here could have testified to that. I mean, Carolyn's taking 4 right now.
Although I would say
junior.
that if you
Yeah.
offered more classes available for sophomore year, they would still pack them in for junior and senior.
Yeah.
So I don't.
That might be an urban myth. We don't know.
Anyway, but that's a point. It's worth collecting some data about and see what, because I don't know what the practice is.
At a
on that.
minimum, we should be letting people know that our average
Yeah.
is 3.
Yeah.
Less than 3.
Yep.
The one addition I would make would be to underscore Dana's point about reflecting on the relationship, observing and reflecting on the relationship between grades and standardized assessments, whether it's SAT2s or SATs or for, the limited assessment they provide as well as APs. It's a continuing source of frustration and questions, I think, and it would be only human for staff, for teachers even, given that 75-25, the fact that our 25th percentile is the 75th percentile on the SAT scores nationally, that within that subgroup, there may be a sense of a very equitable distribution of grades within the class, but then creating that experience Dana described, where you might get a 5 on your AP test and you get a B. And I think there's a structural challenge because I think those assessments come after the students completed the class. And I don't know if that feedback ever gets back to teachers on, oh, well, look, gosh, all these kids got a 5 and I gave them a B.
I actually think
They
it
get-
does
they
because
do get all the scores.
Before
No, in
they
the
give
summer.
in
the summer, yeah.
Yeah, so the grading takes place first, and
Right.
I don't know if it's presented sort of in an easy to reflect on format for teachers. So whether I don't know much about standardized grading, but I think it's an area that would benefit our
I think it's,
thinking.
yeah.
And I think teachers again would have great reflections and ideas.
There is a bragging rights that happens when you have a very high percentage of your kids getting 5s.
But I think I don't think that would trump the concern about that our students would face in their admission process if their B is closing doors for them.
I agree with you.
I just don't think it would trump that.
I think this is something we need to take a look into because we've heard anecdotally enough that students think it's a problem.
Okay. Any other?
No, no,
Any other slides or emails? Okay, thank
No, I
you,
think
thank
we're-
you,
That was
Dr.
the
McGee.
can
It
of
was-
worms item.
Yep.
It is, but anyway, your questions are excellent. We will put this in a memo form, and I think it can inform our discussion at the WAS, so,
I'm sorry, I did have
So
one
thank
other
you.
note too. these graphs are really valuable, and I think they spark a lot of great conversations. I think on something that is so important and so, such a topic of important discussion, that there be some clarification on the slides about the participation rate. And because drawing large conclusions from small data is a risk, and at least people.
Big risk,
yeah. Yeah, big risk, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so let us go to, we have information item on the Office for Civil Rights update, which is an obligation or a commitment we made to provide updates once a month.
Right.
Until
Well, go
the
ahead.
end. Yeah.
We don't have any news to report. The pending cases are still pending. We have not heard a response to the letter to Secretary Duncan. Based upon our last meeting, I have included 3 key policies that we passed. The bullying prevention, the sexual harassment, the uniform complaint procedure, and I've checked with the principals, and we will have the actual data for you when we do I think December, we're going to give the CHKS data in the park. But every one of the principals responded that they are complying with the regulations in the bullying complaint procedures, that they appeared in district publication. They're including the notifications sent to parents and guardians. They're posted in schools and offices and provided to employees and employee organizations. They are documenting we've had the training. They're documenting the incident. So, we are in full compliance. But at the last meeting, we also talked about, hey, you need to work with the staff, and we got some pushback on that from a couple members of the audience. But we've made it even easier, so you don't even have to go to a staff member. You can do it online anonymously. And so the last slide in your board packet under this item is a screenshot from our packet. It's under the parent tab off our home page, and you can register bullying complaints by clicking on a button. It takes you right to the form and do it anonymously. So we, I think, have made a lot of progress in this regard. But as for the OCR, nothing new to report.
Thank you, Dr. McGee. Any questions, comments?
Is OCR waiting for any outstanding information from us on these pending cases?
No. They asked for information on, maybe, I'd have to ask Hallie. They did ask for information, but I think it was a closed case. She would know on our training procedures at the schools on the harassment and bullying, and so we sent Shilpa all that data that we had done. So, but I think that was more of a compliance with a finding, an earlier finding.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have they given any general ballpark time frame?
No.
For response? No. Okay. Have you reached out at all, called them?
Yeah, Holly talked to Shilpa last Friday, I think. It was late last week, yeah. So we have, continued to look and ask questions and, provide reports on current cases if necessary.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. McGee. Okay, we are going to move on to 2 action items, beginning with the Coverly lease agreement. Dr. McGee.
Great. So at the special meeting on November 12th, we shared the guiding principles that were the framework for the amendment on which the board will be voting tonight. During the closed session on November 12th, we received a third and nearly final draft of the formal agreement. We did make some changes, recommended some changes at that November 12th meeting. Those were made and finalized by 1 o'clock on Friday when the document was posted. The document has not changed. I know the City Council approved the amendment last evening, and we're asking the board to approve it tonight. And I know this has been a challenge, but I did want to make sure that I thank the CAC members for laying the foundation for this cooperative agreement. And I'm encouraged and think that this cooperation that Jim and I had and that we all have had at the governance level, the board and city council level, bodes for a successful and promising future for such endeavors as Project Safety Net, master planning, and who knows what else. But it's I think a step in the right direction. Let me put it that way.
Nice, good. This is on for action tonight. The city council approved this agreement last night at their city council meeting. Let's begin with questions or comments before taking a vote, maybe starting with Ms. Baden-Castle.
Dr. McGee, I wonder if you could just take us through the major tenets of this you did last time. I just want to make sure we're clear about anything that might have changed.
I will, except I need my contract, so.
At a high level.
At
Not-
a high
not-
level, I
not
can
at a
talk about,
detailed
you know,
wording.
what has changed.
Yeah, super high. Just
Yeah.
yeah. What has changed
Okay.
and what
So,
are we
so
agreeing to?
there had been, and I can't remember the chapter and verse on the section, but there had been verbiage in here about, you know, the reasons for why this was set forth, about declining enrollment issues. That we struck that. I mean,
So no, I guess my question is the agreement itself. Last time we talked about
Right.
a 5-year agreement.
That's the
We
same.
talked about getting rid of the covenant, not to develop. We talked about that money being put instead into
Property
property
infrastructure
infrastructure. Do you want to just walk through those big level
Sure.
things, and if anything's changed, just highlight that?
None of those have changed, but let me just, if you don't mind, I'm going to pull them up on my computer. So. Give me half a minute.
And one of my reasons for doing this is I just want to make sure that the community is clear on what we're agreeing to.
You were on a pretty good roll there.
You could just do it.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, you could do it.
Sorry about this. Right. So the Big Principals District drops that covenant not to develop, and that means that rather than having that $1.9 million come to our operating funds, that is put into annually into a property infrastructure fund for reasonable and acceptable expenses for repairing, renovating, or improving the property infrastructure and site. Money that is expended out of that site has to come after a consultation with the district and with consideration of our input. And it can be spent anywhere on the site, but again, this, you know, requires our input, but not necessarily our approval. The city provides a district annually with a report as how the funds are spent. We have committed to jointly developing a master plan within 5 years. The scope of the plan and the funding have to be determined by mutual agreement. We thought that was important. We have lease payments increase 3% per year. The lease is a 5-year term. There's a lot in there about what happens when Foothill moves out, how the lease payments are calculated. And basically, if after Foothill moves out, if the city decides to use it for their purposes, whether it's the junior museum or some other city purpose, they pay the lease, the same lease amount that they were paying before Foothill moved out. So I think those are all provisions of the existing agreement remain intact. I think those are.
So
summary of big
the
principles.
summary that we talked about at the last meeting hasn't changed?
Not in one iota, no.
Okay. Then I have no questions. My points are still the same. I'm glad we were able to come to a compromise. I'm glad we were able to align as closely as possible to what the CAC had recommended. And I'm disappointed that we're losing $1.9 million in operating funds. But sometimes to make a compromise happen, you have to give something up. And the CAC has given things up as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they have.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Ms. Emmerling.
I think I asked most of my questions last time, and I thank you for your leadership on this. I think the fact that you came in and hit the ground running in terms of jumping on board something that's been in discussions for years, and we're able to work with the city manager and your staff's able to work out this agreement that the city council supported, and I'm willing to support this evening, is no small feat. So thank you very much for your leadership and vision in getting this this lease agreement developed.
Thank you.
Good. Ms. Townsend.
Yes. I know I'm in a minority here, but I think I have to put this into the record. our district per student funding isn't keeping up with inflation. We're having to pay an additional $2.1 million a year on additional pensions and others. So to me, the $1.9 million is significant, and I'm very concerned. I think this is a bad precedent. I think it's a very bad precedent for our community and our city to look to the school districts and the operating budget of the school districts to fund infrastructure. I think that's a bad precedent. If presuming this will pass, and it is, I understand why others will vote for it. However, I want people to be on notice that will not, and I will be very opinionated about anyone looking to the school's operating budget, for which we pay teachers, counselors, staff of all kinds. I think our community, for the most part, isn't happy about taking operating funds for infrastructure. So I will be voting against this tonight. That being said, obviously, once there's a vote, we will move forward in the spirit of all cooperation. I will say that on paragraph 4 of the agreement, it does say that the parties shall jointly develop a master plan for the leased site and Cubberley conveyance property, which shall be completed within 5 years. And it says the parties shall meet and confer to determine the scope of the master plan and appropriate funding for the preparation of the plan. I do want, as well acknowledged, that the school district does not pay significant amounts of money to do studies. We just don't do that. So I think it is very important for this community to know that our agreement will have to be such that it is one that the school district feels comfortable with, given that we rarely spend any kinds of significant money for these kinds of these plans. So in the spirit of cooperation, I'm sure we'll come to some mutually agreeable less amount, because we're already losing a fair amount from this. So that being said, I do thank staff and my colleagues for making this work. It's been a lot of work over the time, but moving forward, it's not a precedent I would hope to see suggested again. So thank you.
Well, thank you for your efforts here. I think this lease agreement reflects a reasonable compromise between our city and our district. And what was essential to me was that you secured the flexibility for us to use the Cubberley site flexibly to meet our potential enrollment needs. And I think that was one of the things we had to have. So
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will not repeat the comments already made, but also concur that this is a fair agreement, in my opinion. And other parties to thank, in addition to Dr. Miggy, is Jim Keene, as well as city council members. I think everybody compromised and gave up some things they would have liked. And I did want to make one clarifying point. I think it doesn't have anything to do with the lease agreement, but there was just to augment one published indication that this agreement would renew the child care services at Cubberley. I do want to also make a point that it keeps in place the child care agreement between the city and the school district at all of our elementary sites as well. So just to reassure anyone who may not be seeing that in specific language, it does retain that part of the original agreement. So I will be supporting this and would entertain a motion.
I'll move that we approve the proposed Cubberley lease agreement.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, thank you. The action is approved on a 4-1 vote with Ms. Townsend voting no. And I need a short extension. We have one quick item, but I'm over.
I'll
To
move-
what time? Oh,
I'll move extension to
10:45.
10:45.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 7 minutes, let's go. We have one more action item, which is the award of a contract for the replacement of the traffic signal at the Miranda and Arrestadero entrance at Gun High School.
Bottom of the ninth, I'm bringing in the closer.
Yes.
All right.
Well, at any rate, the board,
Take it.
the board reviewed a month ago the authorization to bid and the layout of and the location of the traffic signal, and so this is simply to acknowledge the bids. There were two of them. Columbia Electric has done a lot of this work for the County of Santa Clara on their projects, and their references and licensing are verified. So we're recommending the board award this contract and further authorize the superintendent to, as usual, designate change orders in an amount not to exceed 10% of the total contract amount.
Thank you, Dr. Golden. Do I have a motion?
I move to support the recommendation as described.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Emberling.
I just wanted to thank you for coordinating this with local regional agencies in Stanford. This light is on a street that is controlled by many different agencies throughout the county, and it's just, I can't imagine the logistical nightmare that you've had to navigate. So, thank you.
Nicely said. Very good. Did I get a second already?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Golden. Okay, we are on to board member reports, correspondence, board operations recognition. Do we have any?
I'll be quick. Yeah, this is my last board
Yes, your
meeting,
last
but
one.
I still have a bunch of things to do. So tomorrow I'm going to Sacramento for the day to meet at CSBA with the board subcommittee to strategize our response to the Vergara case. It's gonna be very interesting. I've been reading up on, actually read the judgment by Judge True, and anyway, it'll be interesting. Santa Clara County School Boards Association has a meeting tomorrow. That's my last one I'll go to for that. City School Liaison this Thursday. That's my last time there. Pie donation days, Thursday and Friday morning, and then turkey lunch. So this is a pretty full week. I mean, and then I do have the CSBA Board of Directors meeting in December, and so I might run into some of you there.
In San Francisco.
We
right.
might talk to you.
You are everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's it.
Thank you, Dana.
Just very quickly, Dr. McGee and I have been tag teaming to all the PTA presidents or the PTA executive board meetings, and those have been great fun. Just wonderful group of people. Yes, I think we'll all be at Thursday and Fridays, Gun and Pally's Turkey Days and Pie Donation Days on Thursday and Friday. So it's quite a week.
Yes.
Good, good. Thank you.
I'll be as well. Just a logistical question. When do we keep the same committees we're on until, I forget, some
Yeah.
committees we change in January?
We'll
and
change some in
we change
January
June.
and some in, actually,
Basically, it's
for
simple.
September.
The school, all the school assignments line up to the school year,
Okay.
and everything
So
else
it's
is
just the
calendar
committee
year.
is calendar, okay. Because we'll have another city schools liaison meeting in December.
Oh, do we?
well, so then usually what we've done in the past
Not
is,
that you'll care about it, but.
we can talk about this later,
yeah,
but in the
just
past, we've had
logistical.
sort of a rollover there where somebody comes in for a meeting,
Okay.
and then we make a decision in
For the
January.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Good question.
So I actually gave 2 presentations last week on the school district, one at the Leadership Palo Alto, and I was there with Terry Godfrey. We sort of tag team on school funding. And I gave a presentation at Silvar, and I actually used some slides that Dr. McGee gave me, and I added some slides about how we were funded. And I think we have the core of a presentation that would be good to pass around. So we can talk about that. Anyway.
Good, good. 2 quick things. First, I'd like to congratulate our 2 new board members, Terry Godfrey and Ken Dauber, on behalf of the board, and also all 5 of the citizens all the candidates who ran for school board for really dedicating their time and lives to serving our school district. Just an excellent crop of people, I think. So welcome aboard, and Terry's here still. I know, burning the candle, so congratulations. And I want to thank all of you. I have learned so much, and I mean, even in just 100 days, Max, from you. I've learned a great deal from you, and I have so enjoyed working with all of you. And as Dana said, I mean, I'm still going to be around later this week at the turkey, the pie, and all that stuff. But
Make you wear a Plymouth.
it has been a real pleasure to work with all of you. Your integrity, your thoughtfulness, your devotion, the time you all commit is just remarkable. And Dana, we came on board together. We're gonna exit together, and that's been a real plus for me as well. So, and Max, we're leaving the district in great hands. I think the future's exciting. Your leadership is going to be, you know, incredibly engaging, as it already is proving to be. So, anyway, that's it. Do you have any announcements or?
You know, Barb, you've always been such a good listener. I really can't say anything more except what a great role model you've been as president for all of us, and Dana, you as well. I don't think I've ever heard you interrupt anybody, and you always listen so intently, and it's just, I think that's a great model, not just for all of us, but for the entire community. And you've made me better in my short time here, and I think all the board would agree that, you know, you've made us all better board members through your leadership. And Dana, I'm only sorry I wasn't here when you were president, because I'm sure would have said the same things. And Melissa, looking forward to working with you even more closely. So thanks, and wow,
Yeah.
what a way to go.
I know. Wow. Okay. Thank you.